Yes, hello to one and all. You're watching yet another Watchalong on cricket.com with me, Avnish Hegde, and Nikhil Popat, as you can see in the red. It's a second T20 international between India and South Africa. The first one, remember, got washed out in Durban, and rain still plays. A fascinating subplot in this one in Port Elizabeth as well. The breaking news out there, South Africa winning the toss and bowling first, given the conditions around. Nikhil, first and foremost, welcome to you. How are you, my friend? All well?
Yep, all good, all good. Very interesting 11s. Uh, interesting game also at a very interesting venue in terms of the pronunciation of it. Trying to get it right since the morning, but yeah, it's there are some things you're not going to be good at. So let's see how the game pans out.
Absolutely. Now, watch along rules first and foremost, ladies and gents and boys and girls, sync your streams in accordingly. We're watching it on Star Sports on the television, so we're way ahead of all you guys watching it digitally. The anthems are out, and Surya Kumar Yadav singing the national anthem passionately. Looks a little bit like Undertaker in WrestleMania, if you guys know, closing his eyes and all of that. By the way, team changes. We expected Shubman Gill to walk straight right in. He has. Tilak Varma gets the nod over Shreyas Iyer, which is good to see. Sky keeps his position, so does Rinku and Jitesh. And what's also good to see is Jadeja's back in the mix. Kuldeep is back in the mix, and so is Siraj. Mukesh, of course, newlywed and all of that. And not to forget Arshdeep, who's been, I think, our highest wicket taker in T20 internationals this year. Are you happy with that? The 11, Nikhil?
Uh, I'm not sure. I just feel if it is not going to be good to bat, I feel it's probably too high. Given Jadeja is going to bat at 7, it could work out if you have a Jaiswal beginnings because that will just allow Gill to be the guy to bat long, and then everybody can bat around him. So very interested to see what's the approach because we've seen Jaiswal being very expressive in terms of, and that's how you want him to play. So what are his options versus Lizard and Marco Jansen up top? That could really set the tone. And from what Stain said in the pitch report, that he, not in the pitch report, but on air, that he expects the pitch to get slower and slower. We've seen that in the SA20 also. Some of the decks here, they've held up and spun. Some have been very good to bat. So it's only going to be guess. For now, I feel it's slightly batting light, but it's all on lot to then cover up for it.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the key thing that you've said right there. And who knows, maybe that actually adds impetus to India's innings batting first here because the rain is around. So they like to get a
Yeah.
good score on the board. And might have seen the pitch report there with Pomi Mbangwa. The highlight with the dimensions of this ground, guys, is that 86-meter long boundary. And it'll be interesting to see if that comes into the scheme of things with strategies and all of that. Can't believe we're actually getting a game saying Max Mojo. Max and the rest of the lads and the ladies, please, of course, keep your comments coming through and be interactive for the next couple of hours because we're going to be calling the shots here with regards to this game. And like I said, we are watching it on Star Sports. So have all the questions in the world for Nikhil, me, and Gurkirath, who will be joining in due course. And if you guys are wondering, today is a Tuesday, so Classics has dropped, cricket.com Classics. It's a fascinating watch. It's a story about how Yuvraj Singh, way back in the day, in 2000, during that ICC knockout tournament in Kenya, he was, of course, out and about in a nightclub and Saurav Ganguly intervened. I won't say anything more. Go check it out whenever you guys have the time. Ishan not playing today means Virat will play the T20 World Cup, seeing Mehul Sanghani. I mean, only time will tell. With Virat, he's just put up a new post with him and his beloved wife. So
Yeah.
good on him. I think some downtime for him, Rohit, and the other boys who are going to be joining the ranks for the test scheme of things. Quickly looking at the South African team, then, Nix, Bretsky, Hendricks, Markram, Klaassen, Miller, Stubbs, Jansen, Fiklekweo, Coetzer, and not to forget Williams and Shamsi. Coetzer, beg your pardon. Do you think it's their best 11 heading into that T20 World Cup?
I don't know. I think it's way too far, especially after the last World Cup. I have zero hopes on people actually playing their best 11s because they just come up with something that eventually works for teams on that day. CC Australia. So that pain is going to take some time to get away from. But the bowling is something that you feel it is pretty much what you would expect. Lizard has played quite a few games for them, and Coetzee has been around now in this setup for enough time. So keen to see when Snoke is fit, how's he, how's Rabada, and Interesting that they left out Maras today. I felt they probably could have played him if it's a dry leg and if it is supposed to slow down, it would suit him. So let's see how that eventually pans out. They probably look stronger on paper, uh, but again, we know how much paper matters.
Yeah, okay. It's going to be Marco Jansen going to
Yeah.
open the bowling for South Africa, and it'll be fascinating because South Africa at home, if we can pocket this series, it'll be good. But I wouldn't be surprised because we're bilateral barbs, like we keep saying. It's Port Elizabeth. Lots of good memories in this ground, in particular. Just watching South African cricket from a young age, it has had a lot of great games, which we'll of course talk about throughout the course of this watch along. Guys, keep your comments coming through. It's good to see Gurkirat back in as well. Paji, how's everything? And it's winter in Delhi. No wonder you've got yourself all kind of cozied up. And as usual,
Yeah, winter's here, and
first ball, by the way.
feels
Oh,
like I'm seeing you. I think it's been more than a week.
yeah, after ages. It's been ages.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the net is still stuck, Paji, where it was. We
Yeah,
can't hear you
it's
at all.
still stuck. Let's see if Gurkirat can get back on his better Wi-Fi. I
Yeah.
mean, if that's possible, because I think you're just probably a couple of seconds slow.
Yeah.
And I think the first ball has happened also. The second ball is just happening right now as we speak, and already indications of what this pitch is going to be like. Would have liked Krishna in the 11. Batting is very light. 2 Jadeja at 7 and T20 match doesn't give much confidence either. And what the hell is Abhishek Upamanya doing with Virat? Anushka, I have no idea, man. I mean, I have no idea. The best feeling in winter, sleeping in your blanket, feeling the warmth till morning. Rohan Patel going on to say, yeah, cricket
Afternoon.
in the winter.
Afternoon, Ron. Afternoon. Afternoon.
Afternoon. Afternoon, indeed. A lot revolves around Ishan and Jitesh. If they don't decide, keeper Tilak, Shreyas, spot and batting position. Cut away and gone straight to the man. David Miller doesn't miss many. And what a catch that is. And straight away, a wicket for South Africa. Yashasvi Jaiswal gone for a duck, Nikhil.
And that's just what, I feared in terms of Jaiswal has to take risk. Probably just found the fielder on this occasion. I don't think it held up or something like that. It was just a good shot, just hit it straight to the fielder, and Miller is not going to drop them.
Kukidal, would you put that down to the field in play? Markram, would you give him points there? Or do you think, I mean, if it's just, I don't know, innocuous in a way?
I don't think much can be read into this because it was just the third ball. Yashasvi has shown the tendency that he wants to go after the bowling from the beginning itself, and he does take a chance, in the first over also, and it's in line with the role that he has. So really can't read too much into it. Uh, yeah, so would be interesting to see now who comes at number three because I think the way the team sheet came out, it was Tilak at three and Sky at four. So let's see.
Given it's a left-hander, maybe they'll have Tilak even more right now at 3, and I hope it stays that way. And it's good to see Tilak getting the nod because the last couple of games against Australia, you remember that Shreyas Iyer was, of course, in place of him, who is still a member of the squad, mind you, but Shreyas doesn't feature on the 11. Only time will tell, of course, how that really is in terms of India's T20 puzzle before the World Cup with the batters there. And of course, who knows how Rohit and Kohli are going to be featuring in it. Tilak Varma, it is at 1 down, and Jansen to him. And I think it's a wide. So India kind of get their account open thanks to an extra. Guys, what are you looking forward to see? I mean, it's a pretty much similar question that I asked you in the Australia series, Nikhil. But anything in particular this time around with the South Africa series being in a way series in particular?
Yeah, like especially the T20s, you wanted to get a look at what are the options being tried. But with only 2 games, you can understand it's difficult also for the management. And when you are a side that is very risk averse, uh, wants to win. Oh, is that again? Oh, he's dropped it.
He's put it down. He's put it down in nearly a carbon
I think
copy.
I think to be fair, he stopped the boundary.
I mean, yeah,
I
100% we look at
Ah,
it from
I
that.
matlab,
think to be
he could
fair,
have done that for
it's
Jaiswal
very
also.
hard. Yeah, it's very harsh to call it a drop because this one was really traveling.
No, I mean, look at the reactions all around as well. I think this replay will give us a better indication. and again short and wide, straight to the man. This
Yeah, that
time
was far too quick. Yeah,
towards his weaker side, and he nearly pouched it. I mean, fantastic work from David Miller, nearly. But that's a life. That's an absolute life indeed.
yeah,
By the way, Rohan Paul, keep your questions coming through. We'll answer them whenever we can. Why was Rahul Tripathi removed from the squad? It's another curious case indeed. Your thoughts? Can we win the T20 World Cup under Dravid, given he's largely safe side playing tactics? It's still far, far away, that tournament.
yeah.
Lots could happen, injuries, form, so on and so forth. I mean, we spoke about it
You,
quite
yeah.
crazily
I
and
mean, you don't
extensively.
even have any idea about who's the core of this side. So there is
Exactly.
way too long and far to decide क्या होगा.
Just let's use
And
this option.
to
Yeah,
be
go on.
honest, post the 2022 World T20, Dravid has hardly been the coach of the T20 side.
Yeah,
So yeah, so that way it's a muzzle. But you'd hope that there are some notes that have been exchanged between
Yeah,
VVS and Dravid. But I think Shreyas not starting today is a sign. It's a sign that okay, that they want to probably uh, take those chances and risk with with this crop which has played consistent T20 games, and maybe he will be in and around of the side. But I think if Tilak does well today and in the next game, then probably he stamps his authority a lot more into that 11. uh, the other factor could be, or the other argument could be, that maybe they have left out Shreyas for the conditions. But then it would not be a sign of confidence in in the abilities or the skills of a senior player, because in this crop Shreyas is a senior player right now. If you look at all the other batters that are there, so it could go both ways. But it's still, it still tells you that at this point of time that maybe he's not in the first 11.
yeah. And Sahil, yeah, I completely get those thoughts. You close your eyes and you have to make a T20 World Cup team right now for tomorrow. You'll have those three without a shadow of a doubt. Because Hardik, I'm guessing, is your captain, so you have to fit him in. Sky's your best batter, and Bumrah's your best bowler. The rest, of course, there's going to be lots of permutations, combinations. Lizard Williams now going to bowl from the other end. And there's a little bit of sunshine coming out as well from Port Elizabeth, so which is good to see. Hopefully, you get a full game in here, and it'll just give us a great entertainment, so to speak. And you can join us on this watch along. Ooh, straight away, some extra pace as well. How do you guys rate Marco Jansen now? Do you still look at him as a bowler who can bat or as a proper all rounder? I really like the look of him. I think we've, of course, judged him so much in his early part of his career. I think only onwards and upwards for him. I think he's more a bowler than a batter, but he's definitely up the mark with his batting. I mean, you look at all the South African all-rounders gone by, and I liken him to a left-handed Sean Pollock in terms of just that kind of ilk of cricketer who can bat and bowl with regards to decent thing. I'm not saying he's like for like, don't get me wrong, but in terms of him holding a bat, much more possible right now. What do you guys feel about Marco Jansen, Nix?
yeah. I think he's there. Lots and lots to work with in terms of height, angle, and the options that he has. Uh, Slightly let down in terms of the control that he has shown in many occasions, in many events as well. Even in the World Cup, remember talking about him bowling a lot of extras, and then that is something that's a controllable. So, oh,
Oh, top
sorry.
edge. Top edge.
Oh,
And
Oh,
again, now that probably saved four. We could say that
uh,
because that was going back a while. And I think he got a left hand on it, Tabriz Shamsi, but to no
uh,
avail. But look, Tilak gets away
at
with
this
another
point
one.
of time, Tilak needs to be spelled Tiluck.
Yeah, good wordplay there. Good wordplay there. But Tabriz Shamsi,
Yeah,
not the best fielder in the world, but still great attempt. And nearly, I mean, he made a meal of it in the end, but he nearly got there. So kudos to him.
yep,
Just going back and finishing that Marco Jansen good kid,
yeah.
then to Sai Bagara's comment. Um, I mean, he has all the attributes to just be a great all rounder because he's tall, bats both. Oh, cut away. I think there's a fielder there. What's your sort of review of him so far? You've seen him in Indian conditions, you've seen him in Australia, you've seen him in World Cups. Does he fit the bill?
no, he's very good. As I think as a number 8, he's very good. If he wants to become a number 7, there's still some work that needs to be done. Nikhil spoke about, the control in his bowling. The other thing that I'd like to see him improve with the ball is that how he bowls at the death, because I think that is where he's a little vulnerable to be hit. But on the batting front, I think in the last 1 year he's really improved a lot. We saw that in the SA20 as well, that he was taking on spin bowling. He had one very good innings versus MI Cape Town, where was able to take on Rashid. So there, like Nikhil said, a lot to work with, and definitely of the similar ilk of Sean Pollock, Vernon Philander, even but his control needs to really get better to get
I
into
agree.
that league. So on the batting front, definitely those long levers, some of the shots that he played versus England, and I thought even versus Pakistan, were just outstanding. I remember one shot that he played, which was to Mark Wood, I think, where he just moved aside a little and played a punch on the up and cleared the cover
Yeah.
fielder. So a lot,
Oh, that could be out. It is. Gill goes. While Gill
but the
talks,
game
Gill
stays
goes
ahead.
with his second ball duck.
And it's the
Unbelievable.
indipper. And
It
it's
was
the
it's
indipper
independent.
again.
I don't know if you saw
Yeah.
Lizard Williams celebration, but he's trying to go for the crown. Gill wants to review it, and I think he has. I
And
think
I
he
think that
has.
is that
I don't think
just
it's
looked
done
very,
too
very
much on the
close.
line. I think he played across it, and I mean not across it, but he just played the wrong line essentially. So
Yeah, and
let's see. I
also
mean,
is
South
it just
Africa.
me or is it just me or the the front on angle just looks a bit more far? Or
Yeah, yeah,
maybe it's just me on the TV. It just feels a bit odd. It feels as if
indeed.
the camera isn't zoomed in enough.
Or I think it's probably at a height greater than what we are usually, you
Usually.
know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Uh,
that's
that's
oh,
gone.
blunt
this
then.
is this is the corner, and he's
That's hit him
missed
in the
this one
backside.
by miles.
Yeah.
He's missed this
Nikhil looks
one
so
by
much like a
miles.
Telugu actor, Priyadarshini, and also sounds like him, which is crazy saying Sai Bhargava.
Okay.
You can let us know
No
anything on this
clue.
watch along right
Yeah.
now. Hopefully that you've said that with good intentions, of course, over there.
Yeah.
Is Gill locked in T20s? Vikas asks. I mean, again, that's something that we need to debate. Only time will tell, but this doesn't serve his case because he was interviewed pre-match and he was looking forward to getting some runs, but I think he'll have to walk back here, even though
So
it's
this is
taking a
missing?
while. Or do you think it's missing? I mean, if it's missing, then we
I
know
Because
think
it's
it's
it
already
would
missing.
be.
come
I
umpires
think it
for
would be
worst case.
umpire's call at most.
Now, now,
It's
now
hitting.
it's hitting. And remember, this is super sport, guys, and you know what super sport
Ah,
does, right? I mean, with
yeah, yeah.
Virat and Ashwin, they
1 people
concentrate
versus
for
11.
one
Yeah.
team, super sport,
Yeah,
and all of that
but
stuff. But
but
God,
jokes apart, these kind of dismissals really don't help Shubman's reputation, because uh, it's become a pattern now across formats. Whether it's
yeah,
Test
yeah,
cricket, T20s, or ODIs, he's very, very vulnerable to the indipper, and
Indipper.
might have played the wrong line in this case, which I feel is maybe even worse than
Yeah.
just getting beaten by the swing.
Second
So
ball and toss. So of course, still innings from Gill on this tour, but I know what you mean and I know where you're coming from. By the way, in T20 internationals, this is literally second innings in which both Indian openers have suffered ducks. The other one came against Pakistan in 2016, Rohit
Who
Sharma
this
and
doesn't
was
Ashwin
remember
the
that
Khannana.
game?
Asia Cup game in Mirpur.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
the Asia Cup game
Who
in
doesn't
Mirpur.
remember that
Right,
game?
Jansen to Tilak. Oh, it's swung away for
Oh,
six. What a shot that is.
yeah.
That
That's
is why
Yuvraj
you need
memories.
this fan.
That's Yuvraj
Brilliant.
memories on his birthday. Well played,
Yeah,
Tilak, and happy birthday,
Yuvraj
Yuvraj
memories
Singh.
on his birthday, by the way. Also, keep your comments coming through. Tushar, really appreciate all your kind of questions. We'll discuss this and we'll discuss all the questions right now. We can't, of course, take all of them, but we'll try to whenever the game is not kind of entertaining by itself. Rachit, beg your pardon. We'll, of course, answer this as well. And we'll ask Kukirat and Nikhil whatever you guys want to know about them, including this, Rohan Padal. Guys, what level cricket have you played? Just asking, what are your favorite sports apart from cricket? I'll answer that very, very soon. 5 balls in the third over break. We'll answer that 100%. Right, Jansen to Tilak. And it'll be interesting to see how much India get here because the sun is back out. So I don't think the rain's going to come anytime soon. Keen to see these types of pitches in the USA during the World Cup. Pitches in the Caribbean are usually quite slow, as seen in the CPL. Absolutely over there. Let's just take that and not wait for 5 balls because whatever. Um, I what I suffered an injury in 10th grade, but before that I was properly fly my trade, zonals and all of that. And I like to say I'm an all-rounder, a batting all-rounder. Gurkirat will beg to differ. But cut away for four. Cut away for
Nice.
four.
Good shot.
Next, Gurkiat, what about you? What's your? I
I'm
mean, what?
I'm still a active gully cricketer. Okay,
Yeah,
so
same. My
still
answer
the
is the
cover.
same, nothing different.
And
But
what?
I
Because
Okay, are you
only,
a
I
specialist?
still haven't called time on my career. Okay, so that's one.
yeah,
But yeah, the highest level, I was in the school team. College, by the time I reached college, I had
No,
stopped
but
playing.
what are you? What kind of cricketer were you? Were you like a
Proper
closer? Were you like
utility bits and pieces.
bits and pieces?
Number
Like a
number seven, number eight.
Rajat Bhatia?
Yeah, something like that. So I think when the time we were growing up or our generation was growing up, it was definitely far more fancy to become a batter in the Indian context, right? Because you had so many people to look up to. uh, and we really did not have any heroes when it comes to when it came to pace bowling. But I think now the
Ooh,
now the scene's slightly different. I
yeah.
see far more people in their younger ages taking up fast bowling. So yeah, so I was a batter first. Then I realized, okay, this is not going to happen, and I tried to bowl a bit, improved because wanted to keep the place in the side. But abhi to fir, whatever role you get to play, it's a luxury because
So
you don't get to play much.
Like a Ritinder Singh Sodhi, basically.
Yeah, I mean, it's
He
just
was
that
good,
the
man.
only difference is
Very good.
only difference is I am not playing the Legends League.
Nikhil,
yeah,
what about you? Have you been a spinner?
yeah. I can. I'm ambidextrous in that way, so I can bowl with both. Right, I can bowl right arm off spin and left arm
so,
finger spin. Left arm finger spin is mostly arm balls, so that is also given out.
so
Uh,
sorry to cut Nikhil off there, but you remember, so that there's this very famous video on YouTube which Rahul Dravid narrates ki Sachin says मैं कुछ भी डालेगा. So with Nikhil you can take it one step further. He says मैं कुछ भी कैसे भी डालेगा, right hand, left hand.
नहीं, कैसे भी नहीं,
Matchup.
I'm orthodox only in terms of proper bowling action. But
Sure.
yeah, I mean that is what it is, and I have always, I don't know, I took pride in playing a lot of terrace cricket and a lot of gully cricket. So there, I will bat as per the situation. If the situation needs me to bat like KP, I'll stand like Manish Pandey because I wanted to be KP, but I'll stand like Manish. And then you can bat like Steve Smith. I can bat like Chandrapal. So I can block with my while I'm batting left-handed, and I can be aggressive if I can try to batting right-handed. So जो कुछ भी जितना कुछ भी आता है, oh that's a no ball. So
It's a no
another
ball and
good
it's a
ball
free
for
hit, by the way.
NC.
But I actually loved keeping a lot, but
Yeah,
couldn't
I have
really
kept
do.
also. I am the sastast version possible of Glenn Phillips. Because he is the one that is in talks now, right now. So yeah, as cheapest
But
version
see, I've seen
possible
a
of
little
Glenn
bit. I've
Phillips.
seen a little bit of Gurkirat keep, and he dropped both my catches behind the stumps, and he was
Yeah,
blaming
that
it.
would see, those were
It was
tough
ridiculous.
catches. But
Anyways,
if see
See,
if
one
Anirudh
second,
Delhi,
free hit, and
and
it
it's a
swung
four.
away for four.
It's a four.
Brilliant.
if
See,
Anirudh is listening in the
Delhi keepers
background,
start like that. It's okay. Delhi
Delhi
keepers start
keepers
like
are
that.
like that.
but if Anirudh is listening in the background, he will know that I did not miss any of his stumpings.
For sure. I
You
think
know,
he'll let us know in the chat as well. Really quickly, then, which are your favorite sports apart from cricket? For me, of course, you guys have guessed it if you've known the space. Football, 100%. Next, you after cricket.
Difficult for me to get time off cricket, but I watch tennis also, F1 also a bit with my brother. So yeah, a bit of I watch kabaddi also whenever I can. But favorite sport none. मतलब इसके क्रिकेट के अलावा अपन ज्यादा कुछ इतना डीप नहीं देखते तो क्रिकेट इज व्हाट इट इज.
Okay, Paji, you.
yeah, right now I also don't get time, but I really enjoyed tennis a lot when I was in college. Used to play also, and then there was a phase where I was following a lot of hockey, and I genuinely feel that hockey is one of the toughest sport to play because one, you have to constantly run, the other is you have to run with or while always being bent most of the times because you have to control the ball with the stick while running. So there
Yeah.
is that. So
Ooh.
I think it's a very I think these two sports are very tough to master.
Okay,
And
indeed.
Anirudh is replying in private chat that I did not miss any of the stumpings. So please.
Good to see that. But Rohan, thank you for your question. Of course, and Sky gets an absolute peach up front, but he digs it out. Gerald Coetzee's first ball of the series as well. India 25 for 2, 3.1. Dinopi going by the score in the takeaway, just putting that for reference, of course, indeed. And Avnish, don't you think football is more interesting sport compared to cricket? It is, but then I work for cricket.com, so I love it equally indeed. By the way, just want to ask you guys one vital question. Tilak at 3 or 5, because that was something Rachit first asked us. I think it should be 3, but I don't know. You guys might see it differently.
I feel he has the temperament and to some extent the skill to nail the role at 5, but India don't have enough games to try him at 5. So just let him bat at 3 right now. Short,
Shot. That is absolutely brilliant.
short.
The
Because
extension of that shot was brilliant. Yeah.
yeah, because I've been very impressed by his temperament, and between the last IPL season, which was in 2022, and this IPL season, I also saw him work on his game versus pace, especially the short ball. So I do think that maybe going ahead in the future, at some point of time, he will be able to nail that role, but not right now. And India don't have enough games also.
Okay. Good that Tilak is giving a chance ahead of Chase, but want Tilak to bowl some overs in these 2 matches. Yeah, that's the thing, right? We want to see the 6th and 7th bowlers come to the fore indeed. And one more question was being thrown in right now. Lots of comments, which is what we love to see as usual. Wouldn't Yashasvi and Tilak be locked in too with regards to, sorry, he goes on to say Yashasvi and Rinku. I mean, surely those two and Tilak, to be fair, because all three are left-handers and all are brilliant. But yeah, only, of course, like I keep saying, time will tell with regards to that. Uh, why aren't players taught to not review if they know it's dead? I mean, sometimes it's just ego. I mean, I know you're going at that Gill particular review, but I guess sometimes you just want to take a chance. Maybe it was going to nip in too much, but in hindsight, it was absolutely ridiculous. Coach C on show, any IPL owners watching this game, everyone is watching this game with regards to the IPL auctioneers out there, because it's just a chance for whoever is in the periphery to do themselves a world of good. And we know how that's happened in the past as well. Coach C will have a lot of takers, right, guys? I'm guessing.
Yeah,
Definitely,
100%. There are.
definitely.
See,
Do you
in this mini
see him
auction,
reach the 10 crore mark next? 10 crore for Coach C, you think? Or is that too much?
see, I think it could potentially depend on when the set comes. That's a six,
Stop.
I hope.
Oh, that
Yeah.
shot. That is a
Yep.
typical Sky shot. That.
By the way,
Brilliant.
Sky Supla
And
as well,
is that the
I
longest boundary?
No, I
potentially.
think the
Let's
square
see.
boundaries are bigger. By the way, if Anirudh's there, I want him to ask if this is the first time India are playing at this venue. Uh, I don't recall India playing at this venue before.
How many T20s have India anyways played in South
No,
Africa?
no. I
Don't
think
remember.
overall, even ODIs and Test matches, they've definitely not played here.
Well,
I
this
don't think.
venue has come in only after the SA20, I think. I don't remember playing a lot of cricket here.
No, this is proper
So,
Port Elizabeth. Oh, short
Sure.
Sky. That is just brilliant. That is just brilliant.
Shabash, chalo.
India have played here in 2018.
Now, so
No, but
it will
it's
not be more than five, is what I
ODI.
feel.
They played in ODI here.
Yeah. So I
but
don't
this
think
is
they have
the
played a
first
lot of
time I've
cricket.
heard this name.
Yeah,
This
exactly what
is
I'm
Basically,
saying.
Verna, right?
this is another name for Port Elizabeth, guys. It's St George's Park itself, like where the
Okay.
IPL also was played here, right? Port Elizabeth, Chennai.
Port Elizabeth, India have played a lot of games, but
Yeah,
I
so this is
wasn't.
Port Elizabeth.
So there's been a name change.
Yeah, the city or the province is Guakhaba.
Khaba.
Okay, but
Yeah,
earlier they used to call it Port Elizabeth.
Port
Okay,
Elizabeth. Yeah, so this
Batao.
is Port Elizabeth going on to say
Confuse kar
Rohan.
raha
Yeah,
hai.
100%. Name was changed recently. Port Elizabeth's a venue. I remember India played a game here in 2006 as well, and I
no,
think
no, Port Elizabeth, India have played a lot of games.
हाँ.
yeah. So 40 for
Oh,
two,
yeah,
four
shot.
overs. What a shot that is! Oh my
Shabash.
word,
What?
that's 1 bounce 4. Nearly went for
What?
6, but Tilak Varma is showing all his shots and why he has so many shots in his repertoire. I mean, this is why Tilak should start, regardless, because he has so much potential and he's a lefty. All the lefties for me right now in the team get a nod for the World Cup, without a doubt.
Yeah,
Yes.
Jadeja, Akshar Patel both.
Oh, well, maybe not Jadeja. Maybe not Jadeja.
What about Ishan Kishan?
No, man. Ishan Kishan maybe goes to the traveling wicketkeeper. I would start Jitesh. I would start Jitesh. I know it's like maybe too early and people might not agree. I would have liked for them to start Samson, but Samson's not going to bat five for Rajasthan, so roles obviously won't be the same. KL, I don't see him starting, so I don't think that conversation is there. My keeper is sorted, Jitesh. I don't know about you boys. Jitesh, right? To keep. Like, even if he has a
I
shit IPL, I think Jitesh.
Yeah,
see. I don't
at
think
this.
if he has a shit IPL, they'll back him. Uh,
That's also
so
there.
yeah. So again, I might sound like a broken record, but I don't think there is anybody apart from Hardik, Sky, and Bumrah and Rinku that I feel that are lock at this point of time. Because if you have a lot of options coming in, I don't know how they are going to play everybody at the right spot. Yeah,
Yeah,
hopefully,
the
hopefully
direct
Jitesh can have a great IPL.
And good to see the direct hit. Of course, I think you made your presence felt in the comments during the WPL auction. We're doing the IPL auction as well, which will be next Tuesday exactly, which will be fascinating. 100% join us for that on cricket.com. It's going to be about 5 hour minimum watch along that we're planning, and it starts around 2:30 in the evening. I know India, South Africa have an ODI as well on that day, but we'll try to give you all the best of it on that tantalizing Tuesday. Right, still another 9 balls left in this power play, and there's a lot of bounce so far despite 45 for 2, India speeding along. Ashutosh Bajpai, good to see you as well. And Kurkida, do you want to take this question from Ashutosh? India played 6 ODIs here, by the way, winning 1 and 2 tests and before this T20. Thanks for that stats, man. But yeah, going back to Ashutosh's question. India repeating same mistakes going with traditional 6-5-7-4 composition, whereas other team try to pigeonhole as many all-rounders they can. It's about series like these which experiments need to be made. Oh, whipped away for a single. Uh, would you look at it like that, Gurkirat 6-5-7-4? Just have as many bowling options as you can because the batting will take care of it by itself.
See, uh, the problem here is also that that conditions in South
Oh, I'm
Africa.
sorry. It's raining. Is it raining?
Yeah, is it?
Shit.
It's just started.
Oh
The
my god.
problem here is that even the conditions in South Africa are such that they are nowhere similar to the ones in West Indies. Ideally, for a T20 game or for a World T20 in West Indies, you can look at a combination where you can end up playing three spinners, one being a wrist spinner, the other being an off spinner, and then a left arm spinner. And India do have those resources and players in their setup. But again, it's something we've discussed earlier that the regardless of how much the talk may be that okay, we are okay losing bilaterals, no one is okay. And the other thing is you're not even sure how much would you gain of while trying to play a Sundar and uh, and now Jadeja's there and there is Kuldeep. So you do have two spinners, but you really can't know that much by playing another spinner. And then you've brought in Siraj back into the setup because your other bowlers are struggling for control. So
Oh,
short,
shot. That is
short.
ridiculous. That is six. What a way to end
So
the over. 53 for 2, 5 overs gone. But even with the spinners, right, Gurkirat, I mean,
yeah.
Bishnoi, I feel like he should walk into the first 11
I
more
think
than
I
Kuldeep.
think Yeah, more or less, yes. I think they are playing Kuldeep because they want to see what he can bring. Because in the last year or so, as we saw even in the World Cup, many times he's bowled so well that he's taken the pitch out of the equation, and his bowling style is such that he can deceive batters in the air. Now, while both Bishnoi and Kuldeep are wrist spinners, they are very very different in the way they operate. Bishnoi mostly succeeds when he's really bowling quick and trying to get the ball to skid from the pitch. While Kuldeep is someone who beats the batters in the air, and in between he'll slip a quicker one or bowl a flipper and then see how the batter has reacted to it. So I think they are playing Kuldeep to see if he can be in the squad or can he be the backup. I think in T20s also what they'll take into account is Bishnoi's fielding and his batting, because Bishnoi can still find the fence. With Kuldeep, that is not really a great possibility. So I feel that is there. And I was coming to that point that they are playing Siraj because they want to see who is the one player who can provide them, or who's that one bowler who can provide them that control, which is something that they will need. So this is actually a problem because they're not playing enough games, and then they are playing these games at a venue where the conditions are nowhere going to be similar to West Indies. So you can't really gain too much from that bowling point of view. So it's a difficult one to answer. Also, with other teams, the all rounders are such who they know can chip in with 2 3 overs, or know their roles. With India, you don't have those players who can even assure you of two overs at this point of time. If you look at a Shivam Dube or Venkatesh Iyer or even Vijay Shankar, firstly, Vijay Shankar and these guys are also batters who will prefer to bat in the top five. Right now, your top five is more or less settled. You really don't have someone who bats at 6 7 8 and can then also assure you of 2 overs. So with so less T20s at hand, you are better off trying out
And,
players
and,
from
and
whom
people
you
will
know
even
what you
say
can get.
people will even say Shardul's name, but Shardul also doesn't give you much conviction in T20 internationals, right? Or T20s, be it.
Yeah, because in T20s, in ODIs, he's still been able to figure out that what lines and what pace and speed can work for him. Maybe even length, especially when he's bowling in the middle overs. But two teams have now tried him to bowl in the power play. Delhi tried it, and they were trying to bowl him not even the last over of the power play. They were trying to bowl him in the third or the fourth over, but he was getting hit for runs. At that, getting hit for runs, and I don't think in T20 you can work if you are just a one-dimensional bowler, unless you are assuring of picking up one, like on average 1.5 wickets in the power play. It's a very
Oh, by the
difficult
way, there could be a
job.
wicket here. It is a wicket. And Coatsy gets his revenge and he's ecstatic, absolutely elated. 55 for 3 India. And that was the penultimate ball of the particular
Power play.
power play that India gone on. And 29 for Tilak. And like Nikhil alluded to, Tilak and his luck is run out. Nikhil?
Yeah, I mean, it's just been untimely. I mean, you wanted him to stay there with Shamsi coming on next, because I don't think Shamsi is going to be easy on this deck. If there is some moisture around, he'll get something out of it as well. So it probably makes you, again, I talked about this right at the start, that it feels batting light. And when you lose three in the power play, it's never going to be a good place to be in as a batting side. So lot of good time for Jadeja coming up in terms of batting. But yeah, so you expect Rinku to come in now. So let's see how that works out.
Do you think introspect is being a little harsh here?
See, I think
Many
to put it like, I'll just say, forget current order. The T20 looks fish out of water to me. I don't know how many agree with it. I just feel
Yeah.
India fiddle far too much with their T20 sides to give you any conviction about their plans, be it now or just some time back.
Gurkirat, you echo those thoughts? Because, I mean, I understand why Indian fans would have the sentiment.
See, you have to realize that this is probably the first game, like a first international game for many players in this team in South Africa.
What a
Short.
shot, Rinku. What a way to get off the mark in your international career away from home. Straight down the ground for four. So India, eventful power play, but carry on, Gurkirat.
So it's obviously going to be a little difficult to adjust to the conditions. What doesn't help is that the pitch was a damp one and it was covered and there was some swing on offer. So these factors also come into play. But like Nikhil said, that there is just too much fiddling around with what you want to play, along with the fact that there is not much clarity that will you have the elephant in, or like, are you even willing to address the elephant in the room, or is there elephant in the room in the first place? Where or so there are a lot of questions that way as well, which I think also see at the back of the mind of the players as well. As long as there is no confirmation about the seniors coming back or whatever like that, that is going to play a part in how they are going to bat and perform, right? Because uh, then you are eventually playing for your place, so you will bat slightly differently, and it is something we've discussed at length as a problem in Indian cricket. So what Nikhil says also makes sense, that at this point of time you really don't know what is the brand of cricket or what is the style of cricket the Indian team is going to approach.
Yeah.
Because even now you feel that, and it's been a problem for from the beginning of 2021. In 2021 World T20, you realize that the team struggles while batting first, and a part of the reason is that batting finishes at 7. But we are in the end of 2023. You still see that the team really doesn't want to bat first, and they still don't, on most days have batting beyond number 7. So you could say that maybe it's because they've changed the priority
Oh,
shot,
misfield.
that
Misfielded
they've
four.
changed
But
that
yeah,
they changed.
I get your point, and it's a larger point with regards to India and how they want to really have their blueprint in T20s. By the way, there's a fun fact right now, as you can see, fastest 2K runs in terms of balls in T20 International. Surya Kumar Yadav, head and shoulders above the rest. I say that because Aaron Finch is second, Maxwell third, Miller and KL Rahul as well. Lots of comments coming through. We saw Vikas's question there, which I'll take in just a bit. Tushar going on to say ICT fans are tough to please. Last series they were questioning Gaikwad and Shreyas' inclusion. Now that they're not playing, they're questioning again. We're not questioning. I mean, not we, but essentially, I understand where fans would come from that. And Adeyan Singhal, good to see you as well. Why Ishan in the T20 internationals? I mean, Ishan also came into the scheme of things in T20s, if you remember, because of, I think, that really good IPL he enjoyed. And at that point in time, there were not that many left-hander top order batters. So Ishan just was played as a batter more than a keeper. It's been elongated with Ishan, with Pant going out and him still being there in the reckoning. So that's why I feel like he's always going to be part of this T20
Also,
bandwagon till Pant come back in.
despite all his limitations, he's found a way to score runs. He's found a way to score runs, and if you look at other options, uh, Jitesh has only had. I mean, Ishan has been in and around the team for longer than Jitesh because he's also scored runs and he made it even to the World T20 team in 2021. So you've also not had a lot of options in between. So it's 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 a difficult one to answer. The problem is that even a lot of selection has only happened on the basis of the number of runs and not on the basis of how those runs have come in and what position have those runs come in. So you've selected Ishan, who did well as an opener, but you have been batting him at 3 for a decent amount of time. So this conversation is going to roam around in circles, as Nikhil Smile will also tell you, because it is unfortunately like that. So, like I
It
said,
is like that. It is like that. And
you
like you're spot on because like whenever Kishan came into the scheme of things as well, like I mentioned, the fact that the top order batters they wanted that left hander over there, there was still yet to be a Tilak in that scheme of things when Ishan was batting over there. And like you said, the positions is all messed up. Won't be harsh in there. Meanwhile, Pranavanand saying both Tilak and Jaiswal done by extra pace and bounce. One thing you can't doubt is the intent, and teams can't just bowl one type of bowler to subdue them, which hampers their momentum indeed. And I'd like to give Nikhil this question from Vikas then. Okay, here's my question to the intent talks. Ooh, that's a scuff shot, sorry. 66 for 3, 7 overs gone. Vikas asking you, Nix. Here is my question to the intent talks. Don't you think when you've lost 2 wickets, you should have been a little bit more cautious?
It depends on the type of cricket you want to play, and it depends on the. It goes back to the past score question that I had posed to Paji and Somesh once. It is not easy. It always seems easier on the outside. We know what the past score is, but cricket is so much condition dependent that you don't know what the past score is at that point of time. So when you want to show intent, you want to be in a position that okay, if the past score is 140, 160, I need to get to a stage where I can get more than that also. Again, it depends on the type of lineup you have and the confidence you have on that lineup. Today, as I told you, I felt this was a deck. In this is a lineup which feels batting light, which is why having Gill batting deep was key, because then that would have allowed everybody to play at a very naturally aggressive route any which ways. But so it's not a straight away black or white thing. By you'll be cautious. You just have to play the ball on the merit of it. As long as you do that well, you'll probably end up with a pass score, if not an under pass score at least. So that's how you'll probably look at it. Yeah.
Okay, fair thought. Meanwhile, Shamsi is coming in here, and like you boys said earlier, it might really assist Shamsi as well. How do you think this passage of play is going to go, Gurkirat? Because 67 for three, what do you think India should do right now? Especially someone like Rinku. Do you think he should play his natural game?
Yeah, I think Rinku will take a few balls like he usually does, and at this point of time, probably both the batters will look to bat till the tenth
Gurkirat?
over without. Yeah, you can't hear me, or you can?
We can.
Yeah. So I think both of them will look to bat till the 10th over without losing any more wickets. Uh, and yeah, from there on you will build. And the problem is that today it's not even Akshar at seven. It's Jadeja at seven. So that's another worry. And yeah, I mean, all the talks about that combination and everything, it's at this point of time it is messed up. So you would hope that those who are getting a chance to play. And to answer that Vikas question, now it's a fair question, given you talk that batting is light and everything else. But then say India get to 170 and they lose in the 19th over, then the question would be, oh, your number three and number fours did not show enough intent. Because a lot of this criticism was, directed at even Ruturaj in those Australia T20s. While I felt that uh, he had not really started slow due to intent, he was trying. It was just things not coming off for him. So yeah, at this point of time, Indian T20 cricket has definitely moved in circles and not anywhere else, because 2021 World T20, the problem was you don't have enough batting depth and you are struggling while batting first. End of 2023, four or five T20 internationals short of the World T20, you still have that problem.
No, absolutely. I mean, sorry, I was just trying to get attention to the TV screen over there. And Vasant will take your question because I know at Pandas to Women's Cricket, we're doing a watch along, so we can't just randomly talk about things like that. But we'll talk about it at some point in time, hopefully in the mid innings mark 100%. Where is the process? Sorry, not this one. Where is the process with regards to Akshar and Bishnu who performed in the last series? That's the thing. I think Gurkir was just talking about it as well. They want to give Kuldeep a chance. Jadeja was named vice captain of the series. Only God knows why.
See, I can understand why Kuldeep's getting a chance. To be very honest, I can understand that because he had a good IPL as well, and he's been doing decently overall on his bowling front. But what I don't understand is Jadeja's inclusion and Akshar. I mean, it's again probably to try him out, but I mean, it's not it's not that anything much has changed in Jadeja's game. He's been around the circuit for nearly 15 years now, and you know what you get from him. His bowling has definitely gone up a notch in limited overs, but the batting has been a problem. So I don't know what are they really expecting of him, or what have they really seen for them to feel that okay, Jadeja could be someone who can do well. If it was say a World T20 in Australia, I would have understood that, because then against pace and bounce, you feel Jadeja is still probably the more capable batter out of the two between Akshar and Jadeja. But it is a World T20 in West Indies where you expect pitches to be slow, and Jadeja struggles more versus spin a lot more as compared to pace
But
bowling.
but Akshar is
So
the new Sanju. I mean, according to cricket. So essentially, he has a
we
point there.
never know.
Maybe
We never know who's the new Sanju, who's the new what. That is the problem. You also don't know who's the new who.
for sure. Vikramaditya, good to see you as well. And we've been fine, thank you. Like this
Yeah, my
particular stream,
code's definitely better from the last time. So
100%. I have a very controversial question. He goes on to ask, boys, has the interest in casual cricket viewer gone down after that final heartbreak? 8 out of 10 people can't get themselves to watch another game.
it's always been the
What
case.
do you
The
guys think?
casual cricket. I have always felt that there are three kinds of sport fans. One are people like uh, people like Nikhil. I won't put me and Nikhil in the same category, who watch everything and anything. then I feel there are a lot of people who watch on and off, right? Who watch it for entertainment. I feel I'm somewhere in between those two. And then there are always the casuals who will watch during the world events. I mean, I don't watch a lot of football, but during the World Cup, even I'll switch on and see acha kya chal raha hai. So that will always happen after a world event. Even if say India had won, it would have still
Shot.
happened
One second.
because
That's a great shot. That's a
yeah,
great shot. But you're making some great points. There's 73 for three. Keep your comments coming through. But yeah, I mean, I get
yeah, because
where
even
you're
if
coming
even
from.
if India had won, it would have still
Yeah.
happened because then there would have been the saturation ki acha abhi to we have won the World Cup, abhi kya dekhe? I mean, what is there to look forward to? Because you've already, as a fan, you've already experienced the pinnacle that you can experience as a sports fan, right? So now what would you watch for? So this always happens. Not all cricket is always there for everyone to watch. I think that goes for even in tennis. I don't think the number of people that watch the Grand Slams is the same as those who will watch the ATP tournament. I
Yeah.
know so many people who very few people will watch a ATP 250 event. 500, okay, there would be still some section of people, but the viewership which is there in the four Grand Slams, I don't think it is even matched by the World Series finals, which happens towards the end of the circuit. So I think that is the case with each and every sport.
Okay. Vikramantya saying thanks for the response. Am I ready for Sunday? I'm ready, man. Let's see how it is. There's no Bruno. Hopefully, we play two defensive midfielders, and then
Very,
I
yeah,
don't know. Jai Mata Di. By the
yeah.
way, Adyanand's
Hopefully,
been pinging
hopefully all
us
this
this question for a
preparation.
while. Sorry.
I'm saying hopefully all this preparation also keeps you in good stead for the IPL.
Man, hopefully, man. I don't know. I mean, even football's just been a stinker so far with the season going on. But IPL, WPL, looking forward to a sensational 2024. Coming back to Singal's question here or point, this is going to be a very crucial tour for Gill. I don't see him being in the reckoning if he doesn't have a good test series. And at this point in time, with his technical vulnerabilities, it seems tough. I think he's talking about Gurkirat here more than Shubman.
No, he's definitely talking about Shubman. Oh, see, I think South Africa is one place where he might still be able to get runs or score runs, because bounce is not a problem. But yeah, if he doesn't, then his place will be under scrutiny. I don't think that he'll get straight away dropped for the England series at home. I think he'll probably still get that series. However, for the next overseas tour, his spot will not be a lock. That is something I see happening. And see, you can drop someone only when you have or know who's going to be the next replacement. So at this point of time, you have to see that how many first class batters are coming up, and are they being really tried out, or are they in the vision of selectors? Like, is someone keeping an eye on them? So if you have those options, then maybe yeah, it can happen. But I don't think he'll go out of the setup straight away.
Okay, let's see how that guild story goes. Of course, Nikhil, I want to throw you a couple of questions. Of course, and if you guys are just joining us, please like this particular video because nearly 50 of y'all, but just 25, 30 likes so far. So really appreciate it. Chachant, meanwhile, going on to say, Abnish, brace yourself first plan and then the Anfield visit, 10 goals in your net. It's not going to happen that way, man. Arya, I completely get your thoughts. I think 2-0 tonight, essential win, and we can see that going through. A new comment in terms of a new person in the comments, Sanit. I've not seen this name before, but if you are new, please subscribe. Nick, why don't you answer this? When will India, he goes on to ask, go back to using the template of part-time bowling options like Sachin, Yuvi, Raina instead of specialist bowlers, batters options?
When they have absolute clarity on what they want to do with their cricket and they are not worried about losing bilaterals, and there is a longer vision which is not the next 6 months or it's like 2 years. Till the time that doesn't happen, there aren't going to be, the schedule is such that there will always be some cricket, there will always be some ICC tournament, and you'll always be short sighted. So till the time you don't have the entire system buying into it, because see, for you to have part-time bowling options, you need to try them in your domestic tournaments. It's happening, but it's happening with impact players. It is not helping. I don't know why it doesn't hit the people organizing or part of the setup as much as it hits us. Maybe it's not obvious to them as much as it is to us, because At this point of time, what is the motivation for a Bishnoi to improve his batting? None.
Yeah.
Zero. If there is an impact player, he can focus on his bowling and just get out of that. Hopefully, that's not a wicket. He can just get out of the 4 over spell, get subbed off, chill. We are creating a system where we are backing specialists. So if you're creating a system where you're backing specialists, there is no way you're going to go back to a time where you'll have more part-time options. And again, we've discussed in depth about why two new balls and field restrictions and all of that have played a part. But to my surprise and not too much of a surprise, India haven't even tried. India have not tried to try more options. India have not even tried to look for a all-rounder apart from Hardik Pandya. When have you? They're not grooming anyone, so it's never going to come to fruition until you have an entire system buying into that philosophy. "Okay, let's do this."
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point that Sanant has brought up and very well answered by Nix as well. And meanwhile, lots of other people have it their say in the comments. Cricket saying be ready for 10 for 2 and test. Virat coming in. And Introspect going on to say, would be surprised for me if India even crosses 200 in any of those innings. Test matches, remember, we're going to be doing reviews because it's one day after Christmas. And of course, 2 days after New Year's, the two tests which are going to be happening. A really lovely question from Rachit Saran, which I'll take indeed in just a bit. But even Arya Yutsu has a good one, saying, with Pant seemingly back in the reckoning by IPL 2024, whose spot would be a threat amongst the T20 World Cup probables? That's a good
No
question
one's,
because
Rinku,
no one's
it,
spot.
अरे
but if
किसी का
Pant,
spot guarantee नहीं है.
but the thing is, if Pant does have a great IPL, and I'm talking about like maybe 650 runs kind of IPL, would you automatically play him? Because he anyway has the credit in the bank, right?
In T20s, I don't think so.
Not in T20s, but you know what I mean. If you're playing Gill over someone like Gaikwad who just got 123, you're playing Pant if he's fully fit.
I don't think
Maybe as an
it's
opener. I know they tried that experiment. Pant as an opener.
but for that both Gaikwad and Gill will need to have stinkers of an IPL. And also, I was saying that I don't think those comparisons are fair either, because what was told on the broadcast was that Ruturaj has an illness. Now, whether that illness is like the niggle, we don't know. But okay, even if even if Ruturaj is dropped out of the 11 today, it's probably because they are trying to follow the pecking order. Maybe it's that. Okay, so that is another thing, and the reports are that he may not keep. Now, if Pant is not keeping, uh, then it means that he plays only as a pure batter, and you'll have to see, how much will he be playing. I just think we are reading just too much into those reports that he will be back. We are not even sure if he'll play all those 14 games and how will he play those games, whether he'll do well or not. And he's not had a great T20 career so far. You would have expected him to have a great career in India colors, but that has not happened. So I feel we are reading just too much into Pant coming back. And again, the way he's been playing, or the before he had that accident, he was also trying
Shot.
shot.
What a
He was
shot.
also he was also trying to bat in the top three for Delhi Capitals. So it's not going to solve anything, because your problem is not in the top three.
Okay. Pranavanand also saying Pant won't keep in the IPL, right? That's what Sosa said. So then, unless they play him as a specialist, don't think it'll happen. All right. Thoughts appreciated indeed. Do Chota Watchalong for Test saying Vasant Narayan. We always wish, because we love Test
Choti,
cricket the most
not
in
not
terms
Chota,
of
Chota.
Chota. Chota. In
Yeah.
terms of all the watch-alongs, we love to do it because, look, Gurkirat, Nix, me, I think all the boys in cricket.com, as much as we like tests more than T20s, T20s are the most watch-along friendly because it's so quick and at least we can get interactive. But if it is, of course, something that we witnessed last year, Bangladesh, India, we did an emergency watch-along for that one in the test scheme of things. So you can never rule it out on cricket.com. And if you guys are new to the channel, please subscribe and tell a friend. 84 for 3, meanwhile, 10 overs gone. And there is a
Oh,
chance here. He's taken off the pace and it goes to no man's land. So luckily for Rinku, he'll come back for 2. What are you guys thinking in terms of first inning score predictions? Let us know in the chat as well. And we'll see who stands tallest at the 20th over mark. I'm going to go for 171 India. What do you guys reckon?
You'd want that at least, given the conditions. So probably something in the similar range. And it actually just depends on Sky batting deep. Uh, 10 overs should probably, the projected is 167. So it's not far off. So India will be delighted if they get 175 plus.
So where are you going to go? Give me a number, Nix.
168.
168. Okay, super. The projected score was 168 according to the broadcasters before this over, but let's see if we can get there. 170 it's saying Sahil, 185 saying cricket. Gurkirat, where do you stand? Oh, and what is the make and break for this innings? Is it these two obviously being set till the 14th, 15th, and then Jitesh having a right go in the end?
No, I think I like Nikhil said, a lot depends on Sky. Not sure we can rely too much on Jitesh to finish off strongly today.
You can
And
rely.
oh,
Oh,
shot,
shots, guy. How does he
shot.
play it with such ease, man? How does he play it with such ease, this shot?
So yeah, this innings is largely dependent on these two only from here.
Not
Uh,
Jadeja?
no, I mean not on the evidence that you've had in front of you in the last year or so. If he ends up playing well, then
But
yeah, you
Jadeja
take
against
it.
pace because I think by the time Jadeja walks out, I don't think Shamsi will have any overs left. So he can take on Coatsy and Lizard Williams, right? Or no?
See again, this year in the IPL or even in the half IPL that he played last year, uh, he was also struggling to hit straight away from ball one. So can't. Oh, that's a 50. Again, even in this situation, he's gotten to a 50 in under 30 balls.
Brilliant. And it's just his first
Even
50 as captain.
no,
What, he got
no,
one against Australia?
yeah, I think he got two.
Did he get two against Australia?
Yeah, in the first game itself, he scored an 80 odd.
सबसे पहले हाँ.
Ah,
Oh, correct. Because I just remember the last three T20 internationals where he didn't get the rub of the green. But yeah, maybe another one. And to be fair, Suryakumar Yadav just shows the way to the rest of the guys and how to do it. I just wish the others kind of pick up. Ooh, it's a good shot ball that to Rinku. But yeah, let us know your thoughts as well on this Tuesday. There's more watch-alongs. There's one more coming your way on Thursday for the 30-20 International. So we'll be doing it as well. And not to forget, next Tuesday, pen your dates in right now in terms of the watch-along, the IPL auction, and it's going to be fantastic to, of course, bring it to you guys right now. There's more questions, which we, of course, will take this evening. 93 for 3, 10.4, and he goes down the ground. And what a shot that is. One bounce, 4. That is a superb
That's
shot. It
yeah.
really is.
That's what you need because they've brought back Janssen to bowl him out, presumably because you'll have Lizard and Kodzi maybe coming up later. So let's see. It's good that they've put some pressure because if they keep batting at the same rate, then it's easier for South Africa to just get the overs out.
Yeah, because a couple of guys in the chat saying 180 plus. If that has to happen, they have to go mad right now. Another ball left before this 11th over gets done. 97 for 3, and then we'll take this question, which is a good one. Oh, and he sliced it for a single, or he sliced
shot.
it for 4. Well done, Rinku. That's brilliant. That's like poise as well. And India get their 100. So 101 for 3, 11 overs up. Gurkirat, next, what are your thoughts about this? Because Rachit going on to say, is a 20-team World Cup any good? The ICC aren't bold enough like FIFA to draft teams in group of death and risk elimination of big giants in the first round. But how do you see all of this unfolding? I know it's still a while away, but those 20 teams can actually beat anyone on the given day, or is that wishful thinking?
Anyone on their given day, thoda zyada ho gaya. You don't think that US and Canada are still that good. Uh, but as far as that second statement is concerned, I don't think that's up for debate. We know that. I mean, you have to look at India's group to to know
And
that.
because look, you keep saying as well, shorter the format, better the chances for these minnows. So how
Yeah.
do you think it's going to work out for the minnows,
So
like you said,
so
US, Canada?
definitely, the chances are there. So you could see some upsets happen, and maybe a few teams progress to the next round. But there's also another reason why they are not as bold is because uh, see, football, even if say a big team goes out, there is still enough viewership and there is still enough craze uh, in the other countries that are playing for the viewership to sustain, for sponsors to not go out and everything. But with cricket, unfortunately, that's not the case. So uh, I mean, I can understand. However, what I really don't like is when it goes to an extreme that you have the format like the 10 team World Cup in ODIs. That is not on for me. This I still can make my peace with, but that is something that I not okay with. So because I think this still gives you some sort of a balance to allow the smaller teams to come forward and make an impact. Uh, but yeah, this 20 team World Cup is still better than what you've had so far. Eventually, what you also have to realize is that the qualification means that there is some assured to the teams who have qualified, which will then go to their boards to develop cricket in their countries. So Uganda will get some money from the ICC for qualification to the World T20. Now that helps them develop cricket. That the same will happen with the US and the Canadian Cricket Board. So participation is still key. There's a reason, when we were in school, our parents used to say कि कोई बात नहीं जीते नहीं भी तो participate करना भी important है. So it is still better than what you've had so far. It's not ideal, but it's at least a step in the right direction.
Little analogy over
Gone.
there. Oh,
I think
he's
he's gone.
reverse
I think he's
left,
gone.
and that's
I think he's
plum.
gone. I think he's gone. Yeah.
Was this shot on? I mean, I know Markram's in his first over, but why? Just play the situation, Rinku. But at the end of the day, if that shot comes off, we're all like, oh my god, flabbergasted. Our
No, but
TVs be
he's
like,
played it before and he's nailed it, so it is okay. At someday you will miss these shots.
yeah, do we blame Nikhil because he went off and then we lost a wicket?
No, no, we are logical people. We don't believe in
Arey,
stuff
arey,
like
arey. Far too much
Super.
truth. Far too much
Far
truth.
too much truth. Is Sky scoring a 400 and equaling Rohit's record
I think he
tonight?
already has four.
Already
Yeah.
has four? Oh, yeah, that
Yeah,
against New Zealand, right?
he has
Was his
one
last
versus
one?
New Zealand, one versus
England,
England, one versus Sri Lanka,
Sri Lanka.
and I think I think he has four.
Yeah, he has four. I think we'll
No,
just double check.
Anirudh is saying it's three.
No,
So
he
ठीक
has
है.
three. He has three.
Yeah.
He has
So we are
three. They
counting
got
the one
us.
that's going to come today. ठीक है.
It's going to come today. That's what he was going to say. By the way,
Oh, is
when
it
Hardik
glove?
and Rinku, yeah, go on. Oh, is
Is
that a
that
little
glove?
bit of? Oh, that is
Yeah,
glove.
seems like it. Seems like it.
There is glove. So Rinku might just be getting
But
a little
then
bit
he didn't. He
of
didn't look
fortune
like
here.
he was sure, right? I don't think he looked like he knew that he had hit it.
Yeah, I don't think he did as well. But I think he'll have to overturn his decision,
Yep, it is no
the
doubt. It
umpire.
is.
And the umpire's name is a really strange one, right? What's the umpire's name? Alauddin something. What's his name?
Let me just look it up.
Pronounce better. Like look it up से ज़्यादा pronounce it right. Na?
Pronounce better. Match facts. The umpire's name.
I don't know if I'll get it wrong.
I
So
think it's Alauddin
Alauddin Palekar.
Palekar.
That's the
Yeah.
one. Yeah, that's
But
the one.
the
that
other
is
one's also not easy.
Lubabalo Guguma.
yeah.
Now you
Yeah,
don't
I
know.
will
Guma.
not. I'll not
Now
We don't
attempt.
need to butcher their names. We apologize. We're
Yeah, yeah,
just obviously
yeah,
mistaking
also
indeed.
we don't know. Also we don't know if the G is silent or not because in many of
yeah,
these names you later find out that the
yeah,
first letter is silent. So if that is silent, then it becomes something else entirely.
yeah.
Like how Pommy Abangwa's name is. The M is
I mean,
silent.
I'm not talking about anything being silent because Pat Cummins said that and he
I thought you
wasn't
were
going
going to
to
say,
do it.
imagine the P was silent.
No, no. Let's not get anywhere else and until he's back for
Yeah,
his
well,
third
let's not.
third
Let's
over.
not.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
yeah, 107 for 312 overs gone. Rinku gets the little bit of fortune going his way. And look, I said 171. That's still 64 runs, 8 over exactly from here on. And the boys are definitely not counting Jadeja as a batter, so we all know that. Good to see you, Rajesh Human, in the com ends. That is not the com box. Jadesh should play ahead of KL
short
in
short.
any place in T20
Short.
internationals as well. And there's a boundary for Rinku as well.
चलो को
Sorry, I
आएगा.
just I just kind of was looking at many comments as well. Akshit, random one. How much will Omar Zai go for in your prediction? Maybe 4 crores,
Nahin.
Yeah, two to three maybe.
maybe two,
Again,
three.
it depends. Depends on when the set comes and how much the side needs it.
Actually, see, if the
Or
problem
do you
is
think?
ki
Do you
he's
think Omar Zai will become like an Atapatu in the WPL? Like everyone thought that he's going to go for money, but no one picks him.
Possibly. Yeah, possibly.
see the problem is short.
Short, short,
Oh,
for more.
Shabash, 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 shabash.
See,
Brilliant, yeah, Rinku.
see, the problem is if Omar Zai was from England or Australia, you could have been assured that he'll get five CR plus. Now,
Yeah,
but because he's from Afghanistan, you will say ki maybe 2 3. But yeah, I still feel that if he comes in, like a lot of it just depends on the timing. Like if you know one team's really desperate to get an all rounder and they also have the budget, and the other teams know it as well, so the other teams will just try and pump up the price. So
Yeah. And I
yeah, I
hope this
agree.
time it happens and there are three teams which get stuck with the player. Nothing like
Indeed, but I agree with you on that. If
we
he
know
needs
one
to,
team that is definitely going to get stuck with some player.
it. Of course, of course, of course. Who doesn't?
that's for sure, man. That 100%.
I'm wearing the jersey also today. Just saying.
Uh,
Are you now? By the way, Rachit going on to say, contrary to Gurkira, that would love 10 teams round robin in T20 World Cups, more competitive games, and same number of hours to say 20 teams. Yeah, I mean, it's
See,
always
but
going to be a
that's
test drive.
basically you are giving them an idea of a ICC Champions Trophy in in the
T20.
T20 format. So
Like,
see, the point
too
is
many
it's a World
times.
Cup.
Yeah,
It's a World Cup. You already have same set of teams playing too much together any which ways. So it'll just end up being a bilateral series with two more teams.
yeah. I mean, meanwhile, Tushar going on to say we should get minimum 190. I mean, the way these two have kind of not just rode their luck, but also playing the shots they're playing, 190 might not be like as surprising as it was maybe overs ago. So yeah, I mean, Fake Lakwayo will probably bowl out
That
all
will
his
help.
four and that's four more.
No, I don't think he will. Mark Ramesh probably has to bowl another one, and then he can get Chamshi on if he gets one of these two out.
Oh,
Okay.
correct. And then they have the three pacers who'll finish up.
Talakwai has been really generous today, like
Yeah,
especially
Yeah,
in this over.
yeah, again,
yeah.
just poor, shocking. I don't know if he's obviously this one is ridiculous, but even the two that Rinku got boundaries off earlier, just playing to Rinku's strengths, I'm guessing. 121 for three. Keep your comments coming through. We're going to be doing the watch along for the next couple of hours, indeed, on this Tuesday. Highly important Tuesday from my perspective, at least, with India playing this first game of the series, and also my United game later on for a chat,
We
indeed,
know what
later
is
on.
more important. It's okay.
100% the United game is much more important, bro. This series is not even important right now for India. They don't even know their best 11 right now. So it's quite ridiculous. Sports fan, it is far better to have an anchor at the opening than six, and that's why Hardik will surely start in the 11. He goes on to say, Hardik only starts in the 11 because he's a captain. Agree or disagree? Or do you think he starts in the 11, Gurkirat,
He,
because he's
he
a,
starts because he is one of the kind in the Indian setup. You
yeah,
know,
he's a
if
rare
if
breed.
if if Hardik's body was fit enough, India would have definitely played him in Test matches also.
But imagine this. Would
And
you
they
ever
tried that. No, and they tried that in 2018. They
open with
tried
him?
that in 2018 in South Africa and in England.
And how did that work?
You can't blame him. He got a 90 in Cape Town. He got a fifer in Trent Bridge. And India tried him in Test matches when he wasn't even entirely
अरे
ready.
टेस्ट मैच नहीं, ही इज आस्किंग T20 में ओपन कराए कि नहीं. आप बोल रहे हो ही गॉट अ 90.
No, no, I thought that question was to me. No, but
नहीं नहीं, हाँ.
why would you again? Why would you open with Hardik when you have so
Yeah.
many better openers? क्या point क्या है?
Exactly. Why didn't you take
नहीं,
this one
the
from Nitish?
See, if Hardik
point
becomes
is
the captain, he will do it.
Why did
the
you take this one
the
from Nitish,
point is
boys?
the Gujarat thing that Hardik has done. That is, I'll be the anchor. So
Be the
that is why
anchor.
people are now feeling that if you want to play that kind of role, it is better that you open.
Open and given the power play also. In the
हाँ
sense
मतलब वो
like
तो
to maximize or whatever. When Hardik and Rinko are locked at 5-6 for the T20 World Cup with Jitesh sitting out, it's
that's
go
good
with
though.
KLR over Ishan as wicketkeeper at top. Thoughts? Asking Nitish.
No, not for me.
Yeah, I agree with that as well.
There is no place at the top any which ways, right? I don't,
Yeah.
if I'm not wrong. There is no place at the
No,
top any which ways.
I mean, what Nitish means to say is that there's a direct swap between KL and Ishan. Like, even if you have to take one.
Not at this point of time. You have
Yeah.
people who have done better in the top three. So why would you
Yeah.
want to
And
give?
my problem is
Yeah.
KL has done nothing to showcase that he's worked on that intent. While Ishan has some skill issue, but and I keep repeating it that he's still found a way. He's started off terribly. He's been 10 of 10 or 15 of 15, but he still managed to get to a 50 in 30, 32, 33 balls. So he's still the problem is not intent with Ishan Kishan. The problem is something else. So with KL, the intent is a big problem.
Yeah, indeed. 125 for 3, 13.4. Another question from Max Mojo. Is South Africa just as big as Australia? I mean,
In
in
what
T20s,
sense?
in T20s, let's just put them against each other. South Africa, Australia. Australia have one World Cup to show for, but in terms of man to man, who has a better team heading into that World Cup? It's Australia, man. I mean, Australia just better than every bloody team out there. Oh, is he messed this up? Yeah, and Surya Kumar Yadav. He got sucked into that drive inside out, but straight to long off. And Shamsi, oh, he's pulling out some sort of cool celebration right now. He's got the shoe out and he's doing something funky. But just when India didn't want to lose Surya Kumar, Sky departs for well made 56, and all the talk about his fourth T20 International 100 done and dusted. Straight down
Just got
Jansen's throat.
just got too close to him. Just got
But
too
is this
close
a
to the ball.
perfect entry point for Jitesh in a way?
Potentially, because
Right?
just
14th
but
over.
then you'd want Sky to bat deeper. Matlab, it's just how Indian cricketers function. Okay, you're one of the top three has to bat deep. But yeah, it's a good test for Jitesh because you get to see a lot more.
Hmm.
Yeah, indeed. Meanwhile, Sahil going on to say it's sad that South Africa has not hosted any ICC tournament after
It is
2007.
surprising. It's sad. It's disastrous. That you
It's
see
very
SA20, it's fun.
Yeah,
yeah, indeed.
they've not hosted the men's senior tournament, but they've hosted the women's
Under
and the
19, yeah, under
19s.
19 women's who are, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, this is something that even I agree with Sahil on this. That they should be. I mean, Australia, England, and India have hosted far too much in between.
Yeah, and South Africa getting that 2027 ODI World Cup. Hopefully that still remains. Shamsi's bowled
Just,
well so far, just 1 for 14,
just on the
2 point.
Australia bit though, Australia
Yeah.
has only hosted a T20 World Cup and a One Day World Cup in the last 8 years, right? Or last 10 years.
And they had a women's T20 World Cup as well.
Yeah.
What
The
South
last
Africa also
eight
had.
years, the last 8 years looking for the next 10 years has pretty much been favoring the big three. Let's make no mistake about it.
Yeah,
Because
that's
even
correct.
England got the 2017 Champions Trophy, 2019 ODI World Cup. They've got both the World Test Championship finals as well. India
Yeah,
getting the 2023 and the 2026 hosting rights. So it's been pretty much from that regard.
yeah.
I didn't know. I mean, this whole chat with Pakistan hosting the Champions Trophy, hopefully it plays out because that'll be good to see. But obviously, people just think about it
Hybrid
once,
model,
twice.
See,
hybrid model.
if and when it happens,
If and
I
when it happens.
I am sure that Virat Kohli will have a huge fan following there because whenever I've spoken to, like, I spoke to Mazhar once on my podcast. I spoke to Hassan Chima, who's worked with
Sarish.
Islam. Sorry, no.
Sarish. Oh, that's Shub's
No,
friend.
I haven't spoken to her, but I have spoken to Hassan Chima, who's worked with Islamabad United and is now even working with the Pakistani team. They said that Virat Kohli has a huge fan following in Pakistan. In fact, there have been people who've made Pakistani T-shirts with Kohli's name at the back and have had his number. So it will, like, he'd really be welcomed a lot. I mean, outside of the Twitter bubble where a lot of Pakistani fans do go after him, but I feel otherwise from whatever I've heard from people who watch cricket there, he'll definitely get a lot of adulation if and when he plays cricket there.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
sorry,
that'll be
just I just wanted to add when he said if and when it happens, given by what I've spoken to Virat Kohli, I was like, okay, he's talked to Virat also already. Okay,
नहीं
bhai, I
नहीं
want
नहीं नहीं
to.
नहीं नहीं वो अभी इतना नहीं आया.
अच्छा, ठीक, फिर ठीक है।
No,
By
but
the
if I,
way,
if I ever, just saying, if I ever get a, matlab, there's a good chance that if and when I get a chance to speak to Virat, there's a good chance he won't discuss cricket. I mean, I might just ask him, okay, which is the new Punjabi song you're listening to, or
but in all honesty, Gurkira, do you want them to go there? Because even lots of people asking us in the comments as well. Tanmay Agarwal saying, "Will India go there?" Personally, I want to see them go there. What's your stance?
see on the cricketing front, like purely from a cricketing logic, I feel that uh, if India go there, they will have a good chance to create history like how they did in 2003-4, where when they won the Test series and the ODI series, because definitely the team's better. Uh, but if the government deems it that it is not safe and there are other issues, so be it. And beyond that, I really don't want to say much, probably because uh, on this issue I feel a lot of perspective is already lost. You people just want to hear what they've already have made up their minds on. So yeah, that is also one of the reasons that I really don't want to speak much into it, because I feel this is a very this no, I think he'll be gone. Oh, finds the
For
boundary.
four, he sliced
See,
that behind point for four.
yeah, I feel this is a topic which is very layered, which has a lot of facets and stakeholders involved in it. So you can't really have a a one line thought, or a line of thought which is only looking at one thing, because if you'll do that, then you will miss the other perspective. And unfortunately, like I said, these days a lot of people just want to hear what they want to hear. They short once again, so not going to say much.
Okay. I mean, I was going to put a poll anyway in the comments as well. You guys could take part and let us know your thoughts. Do you see India versus Pakistan bilateral test again anywhere in the near
Would love to
future?
see it happen. Would love to see it happen, but won't happen.
Would love to put in a level. Do you see it happening? You will see
Yeah.
Asia Cups. You will see Asia Cups in different format, but maybe in test format someday. Who knows?
Yeah. Sahil saying I want them to go, and I do want them to go as well. It'll be interesting to get that going. We'll try to probably put a poll right. Just put it out right here. Uh, would you like to see India travel to Pakistan for CT 2025? I just want to see what you guys feel about this. So it's in the chat, and we'll end the poll in a bit. But just on that topic, because it of course divides opinion, and I just want to see in terms of the cricket.com community that we built, how many people are to and of course against it. 134 for 4, 14.3 overs. Jitesh has played one ball. Only time will tell how much he will get right here, and it's a wide from Lizard Williams. So my 171, I'm pretty sure, is coming because there's still 5.5 overs left. Maybe 180, 190 beckons, but let us know as well in the future. Rinku booking his tickets to the T20 World Cup, saying introspect. Indeed, I agree with that 100%. There was another question being thrown in. Yeah, and Jagmeet, I did see this. He was trying to remove his shoe, but I don't know if he was able to in the end. Shreyan Sharma going to say Virat and Rohit should retire and give youngsters a chance. He should have done that a while ago in the format that we're looking at right now, T20s at least. ODIs and tests, only time will tell. Some shots and movements of Rinku Singh reminds me so much more of Owen Morgan, saying Vikramaditya, which is
Well, the
quite
two cuts that he played in the last over were similar.
yeah, they were similar indeed. What I see happening is India will be sending a B team not because of scapegoats, but the threat because they will get less eyeballs means that means more safety. Saying Tanmay. I mean, I don't know if that's going to play out that way.
नहीं, there will be there will not be a shortage of eyeballs. वो तो नहीं होने वाला.
Yeah, yeah. Pakistan, India, there's always eyeballs, regardless. But yeah, so far we've got about close to 1,000 views, which is good to see on a Tuesday night watch along. And right now, there's just 29 likes. So please,
I
all
mean,
you
how,
52
how,
people
how do you
listening,
review this?
I'm in the
There
live
are
control room.
there are a lot of crazy reviews that you've seen in the past. This is not even close to being a horrible review. Azhar Ali, Jason Holder, day night test, I think Dubai. Bang in the middle of the bat, he's reviewed that. Finch wala bhi to hai, matlab, that is also
Pinchwala
great.
to is evergreen.
So, yeah.
Yeah, that is ridiculous. Anyway, 135 for 4 it remains, and Jitesh really want him to club it to all parts of Port Elizabeth. Here he goes for a quick single.
If he tries to club it and gets out, then you'll ask the question,
No,
was
I
it meant
wouldn't.
to?
I wouldn't. With Rinku, Jitesh, Jaiswal, and Tilak, let's give them a free rope.
बच
Like
कौन गया
whatever.
फिर? बच कौन गया?
The other two are, I mean, Sky's anywhere certain. Sky's definitely anywhere certain. And Gill, I wouldn't like to see him in T20s. But the other four, like I mentioned, for sure, like just give them a long rope because you see the intent, you see the potential
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
Um,
For
Short,
oh,
short,
and this is what I mean.
good,
Just
smart batting.
calculated risk. 141 for 4 now. Um, when's Jansen going to bowl his last? And do you think Coatsy is going to bowl the 18th and 20th next?
Yeah, possibly. I think Shamshi bowls out next, and then Jansen comes on with Jansen, Kodze, Lizard, and Kodze again. So that could possibly be the way to go.
Okay, India, of course, how many bowling options do they have today? They have five
Six.
proper, and then the sixth being Tilak.
Yeah.
Jaiswal could bowl as well. We've seen who else bowl for India. Yeah, just I mean, we've seen Sky bowl for India off late as well, but he's never going to bowl for sure. I hope India doesn't drop SFC in tests if he fails in the next T20. Also, I don't think they will do that, even though
Obviously.
they've been classic in mixing formats. There's no all rounder in this top six. They need Hardik there in the T20
Obviously.
World Cup, and he will be there. He will be
Yeah.
there. He's at the NCA. I think Jaisha came up with a couple of key things going ahead. With Shami, of course, going to be back for the Test series. Hardik will, of course, be available before Afghanistan, in all likelihood.
So it's
Markram's bowling
Makram.
another over. Yeah. So
So he's
5 overs
looking to
left.
buy a wicket. So let's go.
Guys,
2 sixes or a wicket.
yeah, and I think wickets is a key here for India because 200
Yeah.
is definitely on the horizon, but provided these two kind of do the bulk of the heavy lifting. Do you think they should target this over, Markram,
Yeah.
especially someone
100%.
like Jitish?
Yeah.
I
See,
think
there is a risk
Jitesh
of getting
will,
out, but you have to take the risk.
yeah.
So
No
I said two
pacers, first
sixes or a
choice
wicket.
in T20 internationals in this match. Or
Short.
shot, but he's found the
Oh,
fielder. That was the 86-meter boundary that I was talking about, and I can't believe it. He's kind of. I mean, I don't know whether this was playing to their ego, but well done, Captain
No.
Markram, and well done, Bowler Markram. Points to both.
Yeah, but then you could see it coming. Both. He had to go for it, and it's the right way to go about your cricket. Uh, you have to back. Hopefully, you'll execute better next time. Probably
Yeah,
just pick the wrong end, and again, very smart from Makram to bowl into the deck.
yeah.
Uh, and again, Jitesh is only 2 balls in. This was his third ball. So, I mean, he did play his best percentage shot at that point of time. Fair try, fair try.
And now Jadeja against Markram, and it'll be spin against him, which will be interesting to see. Cool Kid 1234 saying, why doesn't India give power hitting training to bowlers like Siraj and Arshdeep? They should, man. I think they plan it for all
There
these kind of
is
players. But
there is a long way to go before you'd even talk about power training to the bowling. There are so many obvious things that India don't do with the T20 setup. Forget power training to others. Matlab, the bowling
yes,
options.
we'll take Tanmay Agarwal's question. Meanwhile, Sal saying, let's see how Jadeja plays as a finisher. And there's another question to Nikhil Bhai from M. Rajesh. Question to you: do you think it's not bad idea for teams to both spin against Rinku Jadeja in the end overs? Jadeja for sure, but Rinku, I think Rinku
See,
likes
even with
spin.
see a set Rinku will not spare spin, so that is definitely there. If he's coming on very immediately, so it will be tougher for anyone in that regards. With Jadeja, I really find him very confusing. Sometimes I just feel his it's maybe all about his mindset in terms of what is he told and what has he prepared, because sometimes I feel he's able to pick lengths and hit spin when he wants to, and sometimes he just it feels like he doesn't want to hit at all. So probably it's more to do with how he wants to bat at that point of time. So again, it depends on the pitch also. We've seen KKR do that against Chennai any which ways, where they always backload a lot of
And
spinners to MS and
and
Jadeja.
sorry to intervene, but 54 Rinku,
Shabash.
well played
Yeah.
indeed. And it just leads me to that nice question next, Nix, and you can start this off, and then I'll give it to Gurkirat. Do you think he's become irreplaceable in T20s already?
Short.
Yeah, I think based on the kind of role, that's a four. Thank you so much,
And
coach.
Jadeja gets four. Jadeja gets a four of a spinner. Noted.
Strike rate 250. नहीं 250
Ready
ज़्यादा है.
250. But do you think Rinku's
ज़्यादा ज़्यादा.
irreplaceable right now?
Yeah, at this point of time, 100% so. And because you wanted a player like that at that spot, but I just hope they stick with him. मतलब, don't just play around for the sake of it. बस all I can do is hope. मतलब इससे ज़्यादा बोल के I don't want to hype myself up and hype him up because when Ishan comes back and when others come back, I don't know how they are going to slot people. तो अब तक जितना भी किया है रिंकू ने, सूर्या एंड रिंकू डोंट डिजर्व गेटिंग आउट ऑफ दिस सेटअप एट ऑल. सूर्या तो इवन ऑब्वियसली सो, बट या होपफुली रिंकू आल्सो.
Yeah, I think it is very difficult to become irreplaceable in the Indian setup, given the number of players that keep coming in, and given the penchant that the management and the think tank has to keep experimenting, especially in T20s. So, but he's done his own chances no harm in sort of becoming that guy. That's all I'll say. But you can never be sure.
Okay. Superhero Rise is going to say T20 and ODI two different formats. As India have such a big pool, have so much bigger pool. Players should given option to choose one format, and teams should stick to those players in those formats only. We've spoken about this so much, Superhero. How we don't want to mix formats. How it should be role clarity to each person. How there should be backups, four backups with that bigger pool, like you're alluding to. But that's again only fans
You
chatting
know,
on the side.
it is that reply to this is this from the board.
Yeah. I would rather be in the dark. Yeah.
It's it's
It's
it's just
apt.
what it is. It's very
It is.
apt. Yeah.
Okay, so Kotsi back in and India 149 for 5. Tell us how much they'll get. We all made our predictions earlier a while ago, I should say. Pakistan's Pacers practicing six hitting in the nets, right? And they're just maybe bulkier that way. I don't know. I know that you guys are going to talk about how those Tailenders got some runs against India in that one T20 World Cup match, but
But even
India,
in PSL, even in PSL,
yeah.
you see Shine batting higher up the order at 6 and playing crucial. I
I
mean,
think he
you
even played
again,
at 5 in one of the playoffs.
yeah. So again, it's the point is not the spot, but wanting to take it up by yourself and getting the entire system to buy into it. Now he's the captain there. If he's saying I want to do this and it benefits both them and now it's his POV, okay, it benefits both the team and the Pakistan team, then why is the harm? Where is the harm in trying that for India as well? You have, I mean, it's not even a debate to be honest, Malab, in that sense. You can definitely do a lot more things. It's all just about getting that intent in the first place.
Oh, good ball there. And yeah, Rinku, another 50 for him. Good stuff for him, which will be fantastic to see from his fans. Despite early wickets, India did pretty well to bat overseas. Surprised me, to be honest. Yeah, I think they've got themselves in a really good position. They can just capitalize right now by finishing off this innings well. Meanwhile, Ijaz Ali saying, "Lol, I think these fist bumps are Rinku superstition."
Potentially.
Yeah, potentially pulled away. Just
That,
maybe just a single or so.
yeah.
Wouldn't be surprised if KL Rahul is picked for the World Cup, saying Paras Arora. Paras, good to see you this evening. Don't throw such slanderous comments. I hopefully don't want him to be in there anywhere the T20 World Cup. Once Hardik comes back, who will get replaced from this 11? This 11, I think it's straightforward, right, guys? Hardik will probably come in for, I
Tilak.
think, I'm going to refrain from taking his name. Oh,
Shot,
pulled away
dude!
Jadeja.
Shot.
Oh, are we going to see a reinvention of Ravindra Jadeja in T20s as a batter?
Jadeja. But just the perfect length also. Just the perfect length. And the good thing was he held his shape. Just stood there, picked it very early, and then was able to find the gap. Because
Yeah,
yeah,
on the
that's
center.
very good. Very I can helped by that line, but very well played.
Guys, India actually kind of touching distance of 200. I mean, I know it's still 40 away with 3.5 or 3 overs to go, whatever, but they could actually dream. because I feel like Rinku might have a grandstand finish as well. Crick
But
Nerd,
yeah,
good to see you as well in the comments. Uh, one more
Short.
four.
the ball is flying off Jadeja's bat actually.
Ball is absolutely flying. Are you guys ready to see Jitesh playing most of the matches till the T20 World Cup, just to be replaced by Ishan Kishan at 6? Exactly what they did to Sanju. But appreciation for the team management today. I don't think that story is going to go like same way that we've seen with others. I think Jitesh will probably be a lock-in. I generally feel that. Whether it is a culmination of factors, the fact that Jitesh, whatever he does, I think will still keep his position. I might be wrong, but
You
I
know,
hope.
Avnish, the thing that is common between the three of us, that all of us are confident in the management, but for different things. Nikhil and I are confident that they will do some experimentation at the last moment and change something. You are confident that they'll.
Okay, I agree. Look at superhero rises going on to see Rohit, Virat, Surya, Pandya, Rinku, Jitesh, Akshar. I think because he's a big Rohit and Virat fan, he's just put him as openers, put both them as openers, which is basically like watching Pathan and seeing Salman Khan in the movie with Shah Rukh, right? Like you don't like want to. You're going for Shah Rukh movie. You want to see Shah Rukh, not Salman, but you'll inevitably see both of them. With regards to that India-Pakistan fixture in New York as well, I'm telling you guys, if
Oh,
That's out.
go
Bryce,
on.
oh, what a ball that is!
Is he
Oh,
stumped?
but yeah, I thought
What
he
a
was.
no,
I
Yeah.
think he
Jadeja.
held on. Good. But then
Uh,
this is what the comment was, right, about bowling spin in the end overs to these two. So now what I really want to see is if Jadeja is able to look to attack Samshi. He's played off the back foot. I don't think he's going to come down unless he really gets a loopy one. So reverse sweep तो होने वाला नहीं है. Yeah, single leg, Rinku को strike those.
he's
Cheers.
giving it to Rinku.
Also, with
Uh,
that much turn on offer, it's very difficult to come down.
But then
Even
he
if
could
you.
still reverse. He could still reuse the reverse sweep well if he wants to. And we'll have to use options, matlab. Because
yeah, for
Rinku
sure.
could try it. Let's see if the line is wide. So let देखो.
I think there's a reverse sweep coming. I might be wrong over here. Cricket more reputation. It was more template from Tala. I think these guys are debating something in the comments as well. Again,
Ooh,
factor.
good
I don't think
line.
they'll run that. Oh, they will. Jadeja's
Wow.
a rabbit in pads sometimes. Like he's so quick across the surface, it's madness. Who will be the wicket keeper if not Jitesh? Backup wicket keeper will be Ishan.
Ishan.
I hate to say it. But yeah, even Gurkirat is nodding politely, right?
No, I said
Ishan,
Kishan. Yeah.
Kishan. Yeah, for sure. Kishan will be there. And I don't know whether he'd play at 6 or whatever, but yeah. Will Jadeja take 2? No,
No, no.
No
just a single.
chance.
No
मतलब है था
chance.
ही नहीं.
So, yeah, another ball left. And do you
Good
think
over
Rinku's
from
going to go
Samshi.
for it? Yeah? Or do you think that he should just see out Shamsi?
No, I think he's trying, but the thing is, Samshi is bowling on, well, starting on the stumps, so that makes it really tricky to execute any
Yeah.
expansive shot.
And Cool Kid, yeah, I get that strike rotation goes against Kishan, but I don't want to see him in the starting 11. If he does come in
That's a
for
poor
injuries,
ball.
good ball, but
But
he's
got
yeah,
away.
got
But this is too harsh. To say he makes the whole team worse, that is too harsh.
that's I mean that's pretty much how people stand in Virat as well at times, right?
That's how people stand to
मतलब जब
cricketers.
तक
We are
विराट की
telling you.
बात नहीं होती, you are also not satisfied. I am
Ah,
not going to take the bait only today. मैं करूंगा ही नहीं
Nice,
विराट की.
nice. Normally Paji's poking at ones outside off stump, but this time he's just more than happy to leave it on its merit.
This is this
Trust
is
its
this is
bounds.
what a week or 10 days away from you does to a person.
Yeah. If we can get
oh, now this is lovely because Markram is going to bowl, or is he
so he's
given the ball
bowling
to
what,
Pawan?
Nizar Williams over or Jansen's over?
No, it doesn't matter who's over is bowling. He's just bowling because there are two lefties and he wants to try कि अगर मेरे को कल अगर
And he
bowling करना
knows कि
पड़े.
both. Uh, he,
Yeah.
he
This is
also
a good
knows that
test.
both sort of don't prefer
So
spin as.
Rinku, I think Rinku will probably hit two boundaries and Jadeja might get out. Let's see.
Yeah, for
14
sure.
runs or a wicket. चलो
14 runs and a
जय माता
wicket.
Or
हाँ और
ready
मतलब
set.
एंड भी हो सकता है पर it depends on Jadeja.
That'd be great.
Or,
At least Rinku hit a 24 runs in the last 2 overs. Hoping with more 100%. Sanjay Manjrekar on air in Hindi commentary. So Jadeja to perform. Oh, he comes down the track.
Oh, single
One
बच गए.
bounce. Just a single. Just a single.
It's
Should
bowling into
active
the
Indian,
wicket.
he's bowling into the
Sorry.
wicket. Should
Yeah.
active Indian players currently not picked in squads for bilateral be allowed to play foreign leagues if playing country is not allowed by T20s? I mean,
इतना sense allowed ही नहीं है.
yeah,
Sorry.
yeah, it's true. Move
Oh,
down the
that's a hack.
ground.
Yeah, won't be two. So single.
Jadeja.
Chalo, this is the ball. You are getting a boundary or a wicket. देखो.
Jadeja played a cameo of some sort of recently as
Hmm?
well, right? Was it in the
New
World Cup?
Zealand. New Zealand
Ah,
game.
the New Zealand game. New Zealand game indeed. Two more comments coming through.
Oh.
He was going to send that
Markram's
somewhere.
really bowled very smartly so far.
That would have been mad if he connected that one. Jagmeet Singh Oberoi, if Sanju has 500 plus runs in IPL strike rates more than 150, do you think he'll? No, even if he scores 1,000 runs with strike rate of
Nahin,
500,
so
he
okay,
won't.
I'll answer this. Ball and placed
Two.
Please.
Ah, two.
two. See, firstly, this is a very big ask. 500
But
runs.
I'm saying even if he gets it, Gukira, मान लो भाई.
नहीं,
Yeah.
if that happens, नहीं, अगर ये हुआ तो then probably he could get into the squad. Probably.
नहीं होता है
11
यार.
नहीं बोल
ये
रहा.
अब तक नहीं लिया तो इसके बाद तो क्या ही लेंगे.
Shot,
six.
shot. That
I
is
hope-
in long
I think he's
plane.
gone. It's gone high only. नहीं, अच्छा,
No,
clear.
it's gone for 6.
Shot.
हाँ, six. शाबाश. चलो एक और 6 चाहिए ओवर में. चलो.
That is picked out by someone in the crowd, but more importantly, picked up at Rinku early on. And he's gone to 62 of 38 right now. Let us know how much you guys rate this Rinku innings, because Cricket Nerd going on to say good thing about Rinku's innings is that even after struggling against spinners, he's got 50 in just 30 balls. Absolutely. And like right now, you see him again.
Oh!
Brute force. That is absolutely
2 6.
brilliant.
Shabash.
From Rinku. And there's
Shabash.
7 balls left. There's one more ball left. I mean, this shot
नहीं
is
हो
probably
गया.
the shot of the evening.
नहीं, over हो गया.
Over
But
हो गया.
at this point of time, you feel like he's the Rinku's probably the sole shining bright light in the T20 setup. Like he's the one guy for which we want to see the game, because others कि कुछ नया है नहीं. You know what is on offer from Sky, and you know how others will sort of go. But this guy is genuinely at this point of time the shining light of the T20 side for sure, I feel.
Yeah. Supiro goes on to make a point by saying these are the players he's named in the 11 according to the positions that they bat in the IPL. So that's also probably a good exercise to do.
IPL के basis पे तो Rohit should not even be in the 30 probables also.
30 probables. Would you rather open with Prabsimran Singh or Rohit Sharma?
No, that is too much.
नहीं,
That is too much. You'll still have to back Rohit. See, Prabsimran's
Rohit or KL?
he's very young.
Rohit or KL?
Rohit or Gill?
Gill. Even Ruturaj, if you are just talking about IPL. So
Okay.
I think this
Well,
one's
I
gone.
hope not. नहीं है. शाबाश.
A couple of runs.
Take two. Oh, run out. No, I hope.
No, I think he reached.
Yeah, because I need 3 6s at least this over. Chalo.
Yeah. I think
Fantasy.
all of our
Vice
predictions.
captain.
All of our
Say
predictions,
baba.
by the way. Vice captain, no?
But any which ways I'm saying it doesn't matter. My opinions are not related to fantasy.
Generally. I think all our predictions, by the way, we've lost out because I said
Yeah.
171. We've all kind of got that wrong, but that's good in a positive sense because India 180 for 5, and it should be a gripping chase. This from South Africa. They will go about their business very aggressively, you think. More comments to take, which will, of course, feature in the halftime show as well. But Kotsi right now, I think he's got the danger here. He's gone. Yeah. Palekar does not hesitate. Kotsi.
While Jadeja's been dismissed, I think it was still good thinking on his part.
Yeah,
to try,
100%.
to try and execute that, because it's something that he's not done often. For him to try and execute that with the field, still a good thinking on his part.
Yeah, he did that with Loki in that IPL season in UAE where he swept him. So, it's good that he's at least exploring those options.
By the way, Superhero Rice is going on to ask Gukira, Rohit is on 5 IPL. How can you not select?
I am not even going to answer this question now. It's a
That's too good. Faji is very good, man.
No, so see if then I mean
Hey, still,
I find
why has Jadeja reviewed it if there's no bat? It could
last
go
over है
down.
ठीक है try कर लो.
Is
Could
it
go down, nahi na?
staying? Is it staying on the angle? No,
Nahi.
it isn't. Crashing in a leg
I'm
stump.
surprised it's coming hitting. I thought umpire's call आ जाएगा.
A super sport है ना?
And then Rohan cleverly saying Rohan didn't win
See,
five
but
IPL. My
similarly, people can say the same thing about the Hawkeye that was there in the World Cup. But हम तो बोल ही रहे थे. We were
हम
saying
तो वैसे भी बोल रहे थे तो सीधी बात भाई.
so.
so yeah, things are
Who comes on strike now?
gone. I'm guessing
Siraj.
Arshdeep.
Arshdeep.
I would say Arshdeep. Yeah, it's Arshdeep. They've sent Arshdeep. Singh is king, man. Indeed, it's been good fit for RCB. We've reflected all of this.
Yeah.
Please, of course, check out the Monday Night Live, Mohammad Irfan. You would love it. Our RCB portion is there. And it's so funny to see Paji getting frustrated. It's honestly brilliant. It sometimes makes us smile more than it makes him sad. Feel Tristan Stubbs can be one good buy this IPL. Huge
Yep.
potential, but definitely looked a bit out of sorts for MI. Gives a wicketkeeper and bowling option as well and can develop more regular opportunities. Oh,
Oh, bhai
gone.
saab.
Gone straight down, shot third man's throat, and just a couple of wickets which will do Kotsi a world of good. But the thing is, India need to put Rinku back on strike at least for the last two balls, and I think now they'll send Kuldeep to just give him that single, and
See,
India could
ये
potentially.
shot कुलदीप better खेलता था. To be honest, ये shot खेलना था तो कुलदीप would have played it better.
Yeah, Kotsi getting junk wickets, and Cricknath
Yeah,
saying. Nikhil Bhai, just don't remind me about Loki against Jadu. That man lost us a final in 2021 and even probable playoff berth in 2020.
But he won you in 2023. So remember that and
Yes.
cherish that. Cherish that.
Check
I say this to a lot of people that see that six was well hit, but that last boundary it could have gone anywhere. It went to the fence, it covered up. Sometimes luck covers up, sometimes it'll cover later. So
I think he's
hopefully for
talking about no, but I don't think he's talking about Jadeja here. I think he's talking about Loki.
Oh, one second. They bring the covers on the hat trick ball. Oh, they are.
Ay, yaar.
The inevitable strikes. The rain comes calling in Port Elizabeth, and they
I,
can't even
I,
finish.
I don't think India will get to play those three balls also.
I don't think we'll see
Yeah.
the rest of the match anymore because in Port Elizabeth, if it rains, it pours. And I don't think this is a passing shower. I hope I'm wrong. I hope there will be a curtail game. Even if you get a 7-over game, it'll be good to see. But the players are coming off now, unfortunately. 180 for 7 as it stands with 3 balls still to go in India's innings. And yeah, I mean, I was talking as a KKR fan, yeah, saying crick nerd. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, because Loki, I think, went for 56 runs in 4 overs in that final.
Yeah.
ठीक है,
Yeah.
ठीक है. You won 2 titles. It's okay. Chill. There are teams who haven't won any. They are sitting here. It's okay.
Exactly. Delhi RCB.
No one's sitting from that team.
Come on,
बोलने की
Delhi
बात अलग है.
Capitals.
हाँ, बोलने की बात अलग है. थोड़ा जब आईपीएल आएगा ना तब अपने आप वो आ जाएगा. टर्बन भी आ जाएगी कलर की और
Delhi Capitals, come on, man! Like they're not going to win anything anytime soon.
They're not winning, sure.
I mean, do you think in the next 5 years? Do you think in the next 10 years Delhi will have one title?
10
Yeah,
year
yes.
का तो नहीं पता, but I just hope in the next 5 years there's a relegation system and they get relegated.
And then who
No,
will
no,
you
they will
support?
win.
Huh?
And then who will you
Good
support?
Good cricket.
Bro,
Good
come
cricket.
on, come on. Papa
I'll
Ponting,
call
Papa Pant.
I'll call at least 2 RCB DC finals right away in the next 2-3 years.
I'd be mad.
Jai
That
Mata
would be
Di.
mad.
ये
But
तो
like,
दिल
Shubman
को
Gurkha
ख्याल
don't
दिल
care
को
about
दिलासा
Delhi
देने के लिए
versus
ख्याल
India.
अच्छा है गालिब. क्या?
Huh?
Sorry?
I'm saying you and Shub don't care about Delhi Capitals as much as me and Akshay care about RCB or
Yeah,
Vikas.
2 ends of the extreme. 2 end of the extreme.
Extreme.
Because yeah, I तो think that they can't improve. मतलब I'll be surprised the day they get things right. Their blunders don't.
I'm hoping because of the mega auction that will come around and that will change things around. So that is my base of that call.
Yeah,
Let's see.
even Cool Kid 1234 saying the exact
Yeah,
same
my
thing
yeah.
indeed. Meanwhile, yeah, rain costed us some two good sixes by Rinku
Yeah.
over there. And let's see how this game continues because we're here till it happens, of course. So keep your comments coming through. And not to forget, I'm just trying to place a small little order so we give some dessert as well for my United game. But let us know what you guys have enjoyed in this first innings. That 68 from Rinku stands out indeed, but even that 50 odd from Suryakumar Yadav was good. Lots of things from a South African perspective to like as well. Markram trying to experiment and bowl himself in certain situations. Coatsy getting the wickets, and not to forget other things, which is, of course, you saw the wickets early on and how David Miller caught a couple. I mean, took one specky and nearly took the other as well. More questions indeed. Any trade rumors? We spoke about it yesterday. What is the deadline? The deadline finished this morning, right? Or was it this evening? Was it this
Isn't
evening?
it? Isn't it today? I mean, I think 12th was the
Yeah,
deadline.
12th was it at some point in time. We'll just give you confirmation about that. But the trade rumors, there was Raj Tripaঠি's name going around, Mayank Agarwal's name going
So many
around.
names. Yeah.
So many names going around. Shardul Thakur, of course, has been, of course,
Somebody
talked about.
confirmed. Somebody confirmed KL Rahul to RCB also.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
at that point of time, only we got a GPay ka noise. Someone paid something on GPay.
Yeah, order a good dessert name on Swiggy.
खाओ खाओ.
How many United
मेरे साथ स्विगी वालों ने बहुत धोखा किया है पिछले हफ्ते.
just the
I
one?
know.
Because you remember when you were there in Bangalore, Gurkhirat, and you were like, "Why didn't you have this Swiggy thing? I saved so much money in Swiggy. मैं तो
Yeah,
रोज
Swiggy one.
मंगाता हूँ."
Yes, yes.
See, the one person who should talk about food and delivery problems is Shub. And he's the only
So
person who should talk about it. He's had more history with Swiggy and Zomato as than South Africa and Delhi combined. So sorry, Shub.
sorry,
No,
Shub, indeed.
but something happened to me last week, which should never really happen to a biryani lover. I ordered chicken biryani, and I did not check the order when it came. I ordered while I was out. Came went to the gym, came back, and I was like, okay, अभी कुछ मेहनत का फल मिलेगा. I opened the chicken biryani. It doesn't have chicken in it.
What did it
God,
have in?
it was just rice. There was no chicken in it.
Okay, at least they didn't give you like say mutton or some other meat. That would have been weird. Or that would have at least been
नहीं
okay
नहीं,
to
why?
go for
That would have been like सोने पे सुहागा. Why would you complain of that?
Okay, and Paji, 100 rupees में सिर्फ कवा biryani मिलता है. Have you ever had that? Crows
No, I'm not.
biryani.
No, that I haven't had that.
Did they at least
I
have
think
half
it.
an egg in your biryani?
Yeah, that was there.
Yeah,
That
I
was
think that
there,
Kawa
right?
Biryani, bit is cult scene from that movie. So yeah, cannot forget.
By the way, Paji, what are you watching these days on OTT? I mean, any new shows that you would recommend? Because I know you recommended a couple of shows to me earlier, but anything this time around?
Nothing new actually. No, I'm not watching anything on OTT, but there's this one series that I liked a lot from years ago, which was Castle. So I'm just watching it on. I had it on my hard drive, so I'm just watching it.
Yeah, Castle's a good one. Long time ago, I remember, about 10 years ago minimum.
Yeah, yeah. I watched it while I was in. I think I just started my 11th, 12th, and then continued in college, but just felt like watching it, so just rewatching it again.
Okay. For me, I really wanted to see that one on Hotstar, Nana Patekar, and I think it was who else? Anupam Kher in that Vaccine Wars one. I did go for Animal yesterday, and I don't know what you guys made of it. But Nix, did you manage to see it?
No, no, I only seen Sam Bahadur, and that was I was fine with just watching that. Uske baad, I haven't got any time. Travel and a lot of stuff has come through though.
Yeah, Animal. I mean, everyone's
Yeah.
talking about Ranveer Singh and I mean Ranveer Singh. I'm saying Ranveer Kapoor, and rightly so. But even Bobby Deol and what he did in that little bit, I mean, it was ridiculous. But that will, of course, save for more watch-alongs going ahead. Watch the Railway Man. We did. Vikramant. There was a pretty good watch indeed, and Akshit going on to ask Paji this. वो कोहली का vegan meat try maro. By the way, do plant-based meat taste the same? I've never tried it. Paji, have you tried it?
नहीं, पहले तो उतने पैसे भी नहीं है, and
Really?
I've
ये
I've
झूठ
not
बोल रहा
heard
है, झूठ बोल रहा है, झूठ बोल रहा है, but ठीक है, continue.
great things about it.
Plant-based meat, no man. No, just like have
And
normal.
genuinely, ये vegan diet के पैसे नहीं है मेरे पास.
वैसे है भाई तेरे पास है. Okay, anyway, let's not stray, of course. Question of Paji. When can we expect the next episode of Deep Point with Gilly Cricket? It's a very good question, M. Rajesh. Do you want to enlighten your viewers?
Yeah, actually, I was thinking let's have a conversation and decide. Because after the last episode was before the World Cup, and before we set the date to be Tuesday and Thursday, and the time being 8:30 p.m. We were not consistent with the time, and that was for a reason, because uh, the timing would clash with games. Now next Thursday is also the game at 8:30 p.m. So let's see कब होता है क्या होता है, but yeah, eager to start it, but not really sure when and how.
Okay, amazing. All you guys watching, of course, give this video a quick like. I know it's an innings break and the players stopped due to rain. We'll be back as soon as possible. Until then, we'll just share the screen and we'll keep you hooked on to the cricket.com page in terms of all the predictions and all of that, as you can see over there. Check it out in terms of the Criclytics dashboard as well. It predicts ball and ball what's going to happen. And right now, as it stands, India 180 for 7 with 3 balls to go. I don't think India will come out to bat anyway. It'll just be probably a deduction in overs and a DLS score for South Africa to get. I don't know how the rain's looking,
You
but right
know,
now, let's see how it goes.
the last two balls that India played, they will have an impact on the DLS score. Like India would have in like from a DLS point of view, India would have been better suited had the last two balls been dots instead of two wickets, because the DLS does take into account the wickets lost as well. So
Yeah,
would
indeed.
हाँ,
be
but you
would be
can't
would
play
be
for it
funny.
though.
Yeah, can't blame the team for sure,
Yeah.
but would be funny if the margin does then turn out to be like that. And I think we'll get to know that post game if the game happens.
No, absolutely. But look, I mean, there's not much really left to talk about it. We've spoken about it, guys. Go back and check it out. But we'll leave it there for right now, and we'll come back once we get some more clarity about the rain. It'll probably be 175 and 20 overs, seeing Rowan as well. So if that's the scene, great. But I want a curtail game. I want something to be, I don't know, like 114 of 10 overs, something like that. So which kind of makes it edge of the seat stuff. Next, Kukirat, I'll of course give you guys a little bit of a breather when we can utilize one right now. And Superhero goes on to say, you guys didn't understand my point. I'm not saying selecting Rohit because he won an IPL. I'm Virat fan, but if anyone will be selected, that other fan base will abuse. So I know where you're coming from and I know what you mean, but look, we can talk about it in great depth once we're back from the watch
Well,
along
I'll
link.
just say one thing: you can't select teams to satisfy the fan bases. You have to select teams on the basis of what is the best, or what are the best resources in front of you, and what gives you the maximum opportunity or the chance to win games. Because if you are going to go out there and satisfy fan bases, then you will start placing individuals ahead of the team itself, and at the end of the day it's still a team sport. So can't function like that.
Okay, interesting. By the way, with regards to the weather update, let's just give you a quick one because it's a steady drizzle, which uh, what you guys saw like 10 minutes ago, but apparently there are thunderstorms as well predicted. So it doesn't look good from a weather regard, but we'll be back on cricket.com. So even you guys go get a breather.
By the way,
And this
that second six by Rinku broke the glass of the media box.
Oh yeah, just seeing it right now, smashing six as they're dubbing it, and it was flat, absolutely like an arrow. But good on Rinku as well, not just for that six, but a couple of other things as well. Right, Nikhil Gukia, thank you so much for your time. We'll of course reconvene when time is better and when the rain stays away. Until then, be hooked to cricket.com, and we'll of course put it out on Twitter and Instagram and tell you in the comments as well. As soon as we get any sort of confirmation, three of us will be back on and will, of course, continue the watch along of the second T20 International. Thanks for watching momentarily. Goodbye, but we'll be back
We'll
very
back.
shortly with an update. Cheers. Right, we are back, guys. Nikhil, if you can hear me, good to see you again. We get the confirmation from Port Elizabeth that it's going to be a curtailed game, 15 overs, and South Africa require 152 essentially. There's going to be a 5 over power play. There's been a sort of a curtailed game because of the rain going around, so they want to save time, and it's going to make for a fun contest. Nikhil, what are your first thoughts about this revised playing conditions?
Well, you wanted a 10 runs per over kind of chase, so we've got that in place now. And yeah, I think the difference isn't much. I mean, 5 overs power play, probably some batting order changes. So let's see. It should be exciting for to say the least.
Yeah, 100%. Matthew Britsky, still very young in his T20 international career. He played that Australia series, of course. Siraj is going to be opening the bowling for India, who's himself just played 9 T20 internationals. What can you tell us about Matthew Britsky? Have you seen him in the SA20?
Yeah, I have. Hopefully, he can again. There are some domestic games also that I followed. Without
Oh,
that's an
straight
edge
away.
first ball. Oh, and
And
it's a
it's gone
four
quickly and he's
despite
gone
that
for
dive.
four. Who is that? Is that Bishnoi around
Uh,
there as a subfielder? Or Mukesh?
yeah, couldn't pick up who that guy was. But good effort. I think probably felt that should have been stopped. But yeah, I think the new ball tells you that there will be some movement. Now, hopefully, it looks like Mukesh. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
it
it
is
is
Mukesh.
Mukesh. Kind of sloppy over there. I don't think
Yeah,
his fans will be proud of that. But it looks like if you're a fast bowler, you would love bowling right now in these conditions. I know it's like a little slippery as well out there, so they should be careful. But Reza Hendricks, he's been the talk of the town from a South African perspective. In his last 11 T20 internationals, 750s. So good on him. And he gets off the mark with a little push towards that same man, Mukesh, over there. How do you think South
yep.
Africa will approach this next? 5 overs in the power play. Do you think they just go bang, bang, bosh?
I mean, there is 15 hours is still a long time. So, and there is enough time for them to plan this because the resources are better now in your favor that you have to go for 10 only for 15 hours. So
Yeah.
it helps you in terms of taking those risks earlier. What I do feel they'll probably wait for an over or two. Again, if the ball is there, they'll not shy away. So they'll probably look to be around what 60 for one at the end of, so power play is 5 hours. They'll probably want to be 50 odd. They're
Yeah.
getting the edges
It's
in their favor.
moving. This is moving, man. The ball is absolutely going everywhere. And maybe it's
Yeah,
conditions in Port Elizabeth right now. Siraj is not happy with his slip cordon right now, but six for none. Sink your streams in by watching it in Star Sports. And as you can see, the bowlers can bowl just a max of 3 overs each.
yeah.
And that's a given, right? So we have 5 bowlers already. We have the sixth if we need it to be, but I don't think we'll get.
Well,
Uh,
Tilak was practicing though. To be well, I mean,
yeah,
we
he was
don't know
practicing.
where
Indeed.
and how he bowls.
चैतन्य पाटिल सिंह पाजी को वापस बुला 3 balls से ज्यादा मिल रहा है absolutely. And you know what, your wish is my command.
Granted.
And Gurkirat is back on with us as well. Paji,
Short, yeah.
Siraj,
Short,
oh, he's
short.
already gone for a lot of runs, 11 so far in the first 5 balls. Are you excited as an Indian fan watching this right now? Are you more confident being in the bowling camp or the batting camp?
No, I think these kind of chases really help the batting side. 15 overs, 152 with 5 overs of power play. You would back the batting side to do well. So, especially with the rain around, uh, would be. I mean, it would be a good test for the Indian bowlers without a doubt.
Okay, Risa Hendricks, like I said, has some good numbers to show, above an average of 130. But the strike rate, oh, there was a slip there, and it's been a over which is flirted with the slip cordon in many ways, and they get 15 off it. What a start for South Africa in their pursuit of 152 in their 15 overs, and Shubman Gill this time trying to get his finger on it. But Siraj just brilliant bowling, absolutely what you want to see if you love fast bowling. You'd like to see this indeed. And so close, but like I say so many times, no cigar for the Indian team. Who's going to partner him? Is it going to be Mukesh or Arshdeep?
I think Arshdeep with this kind of movement also available, he'll probably knock one into Brettskate's middle stump.
Yeah.
In single.
Correction, by the way, not 15 for none, 14 for none. 5 balls
There's a ball
in,
left.
and there's a ball left.
Oh,
Oh,
my word. It's been kind of that over oohs and ahs indeed. Chaitanya Palal, Superhero Rises, Rachit Saran, beg your pardon. All you guys, good to see you again. Keep the comments coming through. I know it was a start-stop, so the viewership in this one will be slightly skewed, but that's all right. As long as you guys get your questions through to us and we're watching
Al-
together, that's all that matters.
Also,
Go on,
tomorrow's a
Rajiv.
working day. People have to sleep. I'm
Tomorrow's a
saying
working
tomorrow's a
day.
working day. People have to sleep.
Yeah, 100% people have to sleep indeed. But it's weird for some of us, right? Because sometimes Saturday, Sunday seems like working days for us. So then Tuesday, Wednesdays becomes a light one, especially with me with Monday Night Live coming through as well. Now, I think Saturday, Sunday, Monday, it's always work there in the thereabouts. But my Tuesdays and Wednesdays are relatively chill. So I don't mind. And I think I'm going to anyway sleep late with the football around as well. There were more comments which I wanted
Yeah.
to take before
Just don't
we
cry yourself to sleep. That's all.
logged off. No, I mean not at all. Not at all. Which one was it that I wanted to kind of ask you guys? Because there were few which hit us straight away when the rain hit Port Elizabeth, and I was just kind of distracted at that point in time. I'll try to find them as we go along in this watch along. But if you guys are just joining us right now, tell us, do you think India will win tonight? Because it's going to be a test for those bowlers who are back in the blue. I'm talking about Siraj, Kuldeep, Jadeja. But here's a man who, of course, played that Australia series, Arshdeep, and would swing an offer, like Nick said. He's definitely the man to go and back in this one, I would say. Yeah, lots of appreciation still coming about Rinku's innings, and understandably so. 68 and absolutely brilliant for him. I think he's definitely done himself a world of good by getting runs, not just in this match, but even in the previous series as we saw it. Um, More questions to come through in just a bit, but what do you guys make of the power play right now? Because I know Bishnoi bowled extensively in the power play in that series, Knicks. How are you going to mix and match it from a bowler's perspective? Oh, what a shot that is! What an
Oh,
attempt! Goalkeeping at its best, you would say at times. And
yeah, but that was a
Britsky,
poor ball. But I mean,
poor
Bretsky
ball.
made the most of it and just made use of the width. I think this is what we talked about playing on the merit of it. They've got a couple of edges which have gone to the fences, which is again they'll not complain. But if they get something that's this wide and asking to be hit, they will do that. And then, as Paji said, these are the times where you don't want to miss your line. Now he can't go full. He'll happily clip him for a six, or if he goes short, he's good enough to pull also. So let's see how he adjusts, Arshdeep, because you want to take that early wicket now. Oh,
Oh,
and it
swayed
is,
away for six.
yeah.
This is going to be a cat and mouse game between Arshdeep and Bretsky, but we're loving it. And so far, South Africa have started superbly well. By the way, random question from Max Mojo. Gurkirat, really quickly, in T20s, are the last five the death overs, or is it the last four?
This depends on
I
the
think
situation.
teams,
Actually.
yeah, uh, I think teams when they're in a good situation, they look at last five. But a lot of websites that provide you data and statistics, they look at the last four. So yeah, it's I think it's very subjective. It can
Yeah.
short.
Okay, and he squeezed this
I
through as
think
well. But no,
Many
yeah.
that
throws.
is the 86-meter part of the ground over there.
Then
So
three.
Yeah, they ran three. They ran
Wow.
three.
Well
So,
done.
and I think a lot of it also comes down to what your batting depth is.
Yeah, of
yes,
course. Yeah.
Sometimes teams start approaching death overs from the 12th or the 13th over mark as well if they think that they are well settled. But
yeah,
yeah,
yep.
traditionally we would say the last five maybe.
Okay, cricket going on to say you're playing with five bowlers and two spinners. Don't bowl on power play. Pathetic squad as well as Levin and
See,
planning.
this is what I'm talking about. You wouldn't have known no that the game would be reduced to 15 overs, and again the result of the today's game doesn't really matter in the larger scheme of things. You just have to try out the players. So it's okay if you don't have options. You have to work around it. And even if for the sake of trying, you can throw the ball to Kuldeep if you just really want to see and try.
Okay, interesting. Let's see how they use their options, whether that sixth bowler comes into the equation, because it's not easy conditions to bowl as well as a spinner because the ball will be presumably wet. But Jadeja has just been so experienced in that regard. So I think he should bring his experience to the fore. Still in the Arshdeep over and picked
Arre.
away for 4 more. So South Africa getting the runs in the first 11 balls so far, 32 of them, and they need another 120 in about 13 overs. I mean, it just makes you think, do you go damage control already or do you still give it a Siraj? Because the ball is flying around and it's about field sets more than anything here. Even if you kind of are bowling with a little bit of venom, it's about how you get your field set. So do you think this is the real test of Surya Kumar Yadav's captaincy next? Because it's also something to note of, right?
It's also more of where you are bowling. Like they've bowled very wide, they've bowled very much straight. So you can't set a field for that. You have to expect your bowler to give. Now he's gone round the wicket. Oh, is that a touch to
Oh
top
my
edge?
word, that's gone to
That's a
Blomfontein.
six. Yeah, that's a six.
Short,
That
It's
is
out of
gone
the ground.
out of the
short.
ground. That is massive.
So I'll bowl Jadeja next. Very next
Okay,
to.
yeah. Bring on Jadeja. Bring on anyone from CSK who can work their magic indeed. Keep your questions coming through. It's going to be an absolutely fantastic game to watch because India already against it. 38 for none, South Africa. And I didn't know. I know it's still early days and it's going to be an absolute recency bias call this, but I can already close my eyes and think of Risa Hendricks and Bretsky opening the World Cup for South Africa. Is that too early to
नहीं,
say,
नहीं.
Nix?
बहुत way too early.
Because the Cock's
Even,
not there. So Risa Hendricks at least is a lock.
yeah, hopefully the Bahuma doesn't come back and then wants to open that. So hopefully yes.
That is true. But this Bretsky gives me not Herschel Gibbs vibes, but a little bit of Herschel Gibbs and who was that other guy? Richard Levy? Talking about
Richard, yeah,
destructive
ठीक है,
right
but
handed South African
it is
bowlers.
Jadeja. So arm
It is
ball on the stumps, too short or too cramped for room and then a wicket. Or something that stops and then hit to cover. Let's see what he bowls. Of course, he has
So,
to bowl in less than 100. तो अभी वो नहीं पता मेरे को 100 से नीचे डालेगा कि नहीं.
Yeah.
okay. Superhero Rises saying, sorry, I forgot. Oh, Jadeja
Okay, not too long off for a single.
comfort too, which is unbelievable. Sorry, I forgot you told him based of IPL Road doesn't deserve a place, so I wrote he won 5 trophies. Then I forgot why I wrote that and gave different reply. I won Hermione spell. It's all
Oh,
right, man. We
it's okay.
completely get that. And Chaitanya Patel, if you want IPL auction, what do you think of Raj Babu? We'll answer all of those questions when we have some time, not some random questions coming through. And hope this does not turn
99.
into 10 wicket hammering, which we get at T20 World Cups. It's bilaterals. That won't happen. That won't happen indeed. Absolute
हो
hammering.
भी गया तो what difference does it make?
Yeah, exactly. What difference does it make? They're keeping Riza on the bench for Temba. Absolute no sense. I mean, let's see how that goes.
Yeah, that line. Are
Yeah.
come in? Oh,
Ooh. By the way, before Gurkirat came on, I asked Nikhil about how South
100
Africa
kph.
or how much South Africa will get in their power play. He was saying 60 for one. Maybe he'll revise that right now. It's still 41 for none with still half the power play left. Gurkirat, where are you going to go for? 75? Or do you think India will pull
No,
it back?
no, I think they'll pull it back. It'll be round about the same bracket, 62, 63.
He comes down the
Oh,
back to Jadeja. And they have a mid-on in place. Yeah, but good call next with Jadeja coming in. First 4 balls, just 3 runs. And this is what he brings.
yeah.
At least I know people slander him
Now
with
a
the bat in
chance.
hand.
Now you need a
It's,
wicket.
ins-
Again,
it's
that
insane.
bold or caught to cover. Let's see.
Oh, good
Arey,
delivery there.
yaar, it's flatter.
Good
Hey, run out.
delivery there.
Run out.
Surely, it's pandemonium. And there is a wicket, and
क्या
they
कर रहा
can't
है?
believe it. They just can't believe it. Risa Hendricks is sent back Bretsky, and he is just
No, but
livid.
this is Bretsky's fault. Riza
He
was
just
never
ran
Bretsky's
blind.
fault.
I mean, he
Yeah.
just kept running.
And for what reason, I don't understand. I mean, you've had such a good start. There's absolutely no need.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell why
Unless
it's
he
so
really
early
did
on.
not want to play
No,
Jadeja, I can't think of a reason.
No, I think he doesn't even look at his partner. He's
yeah,
ball
he was just
watching.
turned blind and just kept running.
Yeah, he's ball watching. Meanwhile, Arshdeep Singh in his first over, we showed you those stats. Jadeja and Kuldeep don't bowl in the power play in IPL. Why will it try an international competitor, Akshay and Bishnu, who are specialists in cricket? Jadeja has sometimes bowled in the power play for CSK. I
But
mean,
you have
very
to
rare.
try, and that's
Yeah,
the
you have
exact
to try.
point of all these bilaterals. You have
See,
to
the
keep them
setups
ready.
are different, right? If
Yeah,
Yeah.
if your team now CSK have had Chahar in their lineup and they know that they can't really bowl him outside of the power play. So of course then your options get limited that way. And you still have to try. There is no harm in trying. There is
yeah.
nothing to lose apart from a bilateral game who so many people say there's no use of winning them, so we might as well try. What is the worst thing that will happen? You go for 20 runs, 25 runs, theek hai. I mean,
Yeah.
that's the worst that can happen. So
Captain Mark remain right now. Akshit Didich, thank you so much for this jinx. What the fuck is happening here? Bretsky going for
nah,
5
nah.
crores, 50 plus. You've jinxed it amazingly well. And great over from Jadeja because even though he's not got the wicket, he got the run out. And South Africa 43 for 1, which is good to see Markram also come a step higher. Is he batting for the first time one down? Is he not?
No, no,
No,
he's,
no.
Is he always
yeah,
bats one down?
he's batted 3-4 whenever and wherever they want to. I'll probably now get Mukesh on and look to catch one of these two just diving in the slips or maybe caught on the pull.
Okay, love it. Shaunak, be on standby in case Nick gets it right. We wouldn't be surprised if he does get it right. Introspect saying too much focus in batting order, guys. India's bowling has been the Achilles heel in T20 tournaments.
Don't think that was the case in 2021.
I knew you'd say
2020,
that.
yeah, and 2022 you did not have two of your players in the starting 11 in Bumrah
Mukesh.
and Jadeja.
Bumrah and
Bumrah and Jadeja were not there in 2022.
fair. So you would take Jadeja this World Cup?
No. In Australia, I would have taken him. In West Indies, no.
That's surprising. So
Oh,
Mukesh,
so all.
oh, it's straight away. With the amount of cricket that Nikhil watches, he can see it coming a mile away. But well predicted, not just with Jadeja, but Mukesh and the kind of dismissal. Mukesh has played in the West Indies before, so this is not the first time he's playing
Yeah.
outside India. And it'll be interesting to see what kind of assistance he gets from the pitch as well.
Mukesh Mukesh made all three of his international debuts in West Indies
Only
within
settled well
14.
after Jaidev, I think, to
Yeah.
make it outside India.
Introspect saying, come on, Paji, nobody takes Jadu bowling seriously in T20s.
No, but see, he would have been a number seven, and you had Hardik. So
Hmm.
as a number seven, he would have been better than Akshar or Ashwin, because India eventually did not really have a lot of faith in Akshar at number seven because they promoted
Yeah.
Ashwin at number seven. So bowling would have taken care of itself, I think, by and large.
Okay. Has the pitch changed, saying Max Mojo?
Just
No.
just the moisture, just the moisture after the rain, and it's gone. So it'll get better to bat. And you can see by this
Yeah,
Shot,
that's a shot from
shot,
Markram. That is an absolutely brilliant
shot.
shot. He just walked across, and that's honestly just taking the piss out of the bowler in
This
terms
is
of
a
the
this is straight
pace of
out
it.
of Kevin Peterson and Matthew Hayden playbook.
Yeah, I agree. Kevin Peterson, you're spot on with that comparison. The fact that he just had that whippage, and as you can see, Markram at
This is
number 3
too
in
good.
T20
I mean,
internationals. He's batted 4 times, averaging 70 and striking at 138. So, apologies there for not assuming that he's batted there before. It doesn't feel like Nikhil no controllable word today. I was
I
expecting after
used
this run, Nikhil by trademark missing 100%. And
many
Paji, I can
controllable we
imagine.
discussed enough in the first innings.
Short,
Oh, that's
short, Aiden Markram.
twice.
He knows another 9 balls in the power play and he's gone downtown and he gets 4 more and South Africa get their 50. Chachan saying, Paji, I can imagine you have to compromise in league team, but how can you come a nation like India can't find enough proper all-rounders?
no, but the feeder system to the international team is the leagues, right?
Yeah.
So if those players are not going to get chances in those leagues, when are they going to get those chances? And eventually, what happens is that uh, even in the leagues, whether it is the IPL or the Syed Mushtaq Ali, the teams that are playing, they want to win. They also don't want to groom players. So that's about it. I mean, uh,
Catch that.
we are
Oh, he's got it
short.
on the gap again for 4. It's a quick outfield despite the rain and it will beat the fielder. So Markram's got what? 3 back-to-back boundaries
Three
on Mukesh.
boundaries. Three back-to-back boundaries. Yeah.
Well
And
done.
just to continue on this, we are no more in that era where captains or anyone can just go to the nets and pick up players
Yeah.
like what used to happen in the 90s. And some of those players did turn out to be great, but again the
But
chances of that
but
are there.
cool kid 1 2 3 4 asking why didn't India try out Venki, though they did for a brief time, but I don't know. That
Five
should
games
say
only, 5 games only. It was a short sample space. India just gave up on that idea too early once Hardik was fit. I do feel that he was treated unfairly.
he did good in the last IPL and in SMAT. And again, heaved away this time. There is protection, so there'll just be a single there. But again, a
Kuldeep
productive
next
over
over.
for South Africa.
Kuldeep
Yeah.
next over. Reza is giving one chance. Let's see if India takes it.
Okay, Kuldeep next over. The way Nix predicts his business, I mean, many people might think he's into some other crazy things, and that's why he's
No.
called crazy. Nix,
Yeah.
indeed, with
Better.
regards with regards to all the predictions that he's gone on. But yeah, keep your comments coming through and like this particular video. By the way, 44 likes just. Hopefully, we can get to 7,500 likes if India win, and there's already 1,500 views on this watch along. Yeah, I don't agree with Introspect when he said the bowling's been the main Achilles heel. I think you can criticize the batting as well. You look at that India England semi final. Were we too timid up front for the bat? You'd like to think so.
See
So
that
on.
the thing with bowling is because you see it later, you feel that's the reason.
Yeah.
But that isn't the reason in most games. So it is Kuldeep. Now let's
Yeah.
see.
But the thing is, with Kuldeep now coming into the attack and just generally this series, if he does have 3 good games straight away down the track,
Oh, good field.
well
Good stop.
fielded, well fielded,
Now is
brilliant
the time to get
stopping.
the wicket. Chalo.
But if Kuldeep does well, say he gets a couple of 3 furs and a 2 fur, does that automatically mean that Bishnoi becomes again his understudy?
No, not for me.
Now.
I
Yeah.
Is
mean,
there a
I
chance? Is there a way we can play both of them, even though the one? I mean, both of them can't really bat.
no, can't play
Unlikely.
both. I think if Kuldeep does well, he'll probably make it to the squad, and I think Kuldeep has earned this chance just the way he's improved overall in his game. But like I said earlier, even if he does become the better bowler, by and large, the package that Bishnoi shot
Ah,
Oh, got the
shot
gap and he got for.
too short.
by and large, the package that Bishnoi brings of being a very good fielder and then being someone who can find the boundary is something that I don't think Kuldeep can compete with.
Hmm. Yeah, I think it comes back to their batting frailties as well. Let us know what you guys think in the comments. Cool Kid 1 2 3 4 Cricket Yuva. If you're new, please subscribe to the channel. All Markram shots are class, man. Absolutely. Even Risa's recent boundary right now has just threaded the eye of the needle. So 61 for 1, South Africa. What a blistering start this is in their pursuit to 152. And if you guys are just joining us in this watch along, we do watch alongs generally on cricket.com. So we're going to be doing the third T20 International as well. And it is a space where you guys can get interactive, ask us anything in the game we love the most. Cool Kid has a question here, guys. Speaking of which, Paji, you saw that about scouting in the nets, but Mukesh Kumar was found that way and is doing better than most IPL bullies. India has so much talent that is unnoticed even at the SMAT level. Your thoughts?
Yes, talent will go unnoticed, and sometimes the talent gets its due much later. But
Oh, 1 second. Wicket alert, is it? Oh,
no,
it
there was a
spins away behind square for 2. Yeah,
I
go on,
promised a
Paji.
chance. Sorry.
You did promise a
yeah.
chance.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes, Paji.
so sometimes also talent gets their due later, but those are some circumstances you can't do much about, right? And as far as Mukesh is concerned, so far so good, but again, it's been what? It's not been even 6 months into international career for Mukesh. Even Natarajan
Well
started off
bowled.
even Natarajan started off very well. So did Arshdeep. So uh, I have always have felt this that you judge a cricketer or any player in their second full
Second
season,
season.
because first season you get away with the mystery around you.
Yeah.
So far so good, but that where Mukesh can be found out. Something we have discussed earlier, that what are his options the day his Yorkers are not working.
Hmm.
So
Arey,
And you were
yeah,
oh
God,
short, and he anticipated that, and I think it's
God.
scuffed, but it'll go for four. So good over in a way, but that last one will cost Kuldeep 11 essentially. And South Africa are done and dusted with their power play 67 for one. And I think that's the game maybe in the bag. Let me know if you guys beg to differ. We'll take some comments as well coming through right now. And all you guys, give us 50 likes because we're nearly getting there. Just please press the like
please.
button. It helps the algorithm as well. Okay, guys, a random question. How do you pronounce the venue of this name? This venue name, we spoke about it. So it's Gwekaba, and the kh is like which is what you hear with a lot of Afrikaans languages as well. Why don't you take this from Chant Nix? How much that pitch narrative in the finals will have an impact on a chance to build a new look team for the T20 World Cup?
See, I don't know how much they buy into it in the very first place, because what I feel is eventually, that is my bottom line. As a management, as a group, what where it went wrong. We all can say 100 things, but where it went wrong and what backfired on you. So what I feel is, as long as they feel that we'll continue to need this external help, I don't think it will work out, because it will always have the lottery bit attached to it. If you don't get the conditions right, or if the toss doesn't go in your favor, you will end up having to do the tougher job. So, despite your best skills that we saw in the final, it will not help you. So, all I want them to do is focus on what is a controllable. Pitch is not in their control. Toss is not in their control. What is in their control is being conditioned independent, and that is something that I hope they get to, because they have the resources. It's not that they don't. It's just about trusting them. I think it's very weird how defensive or conservative we get under pressure, that we feel that we need something else also, just to just for their claim. And if this team winning 10 on the bounce, if you won't trust them, who will you trust?
Yeah, and that's a question that we can really think about going into that World Cup. But Chant, thank you so much for your question. And you go on to say, let's not judge Arshdeep quickly. He's been good, but going through slump of form. I know, I mean, it's tough even for him tonight, going 20 in his first over. He's had those first over frailties like we showed you earlier. And Superhero Rise is good to see you as well. T20 World Cup happen every alternate year, so I see a change up with the Club World Cup. I mean, these are just hopes and wishes and dreams indeed. Oh, he's played
Short.
that really well, and he's going to get four. I think he's just lent in that so late, Risa Hendricks, and it just tells you how good he's been batting for South Africa in this format. Indeed, Cool Kid 1 2 3 4 is still having that conversation with Gulkirat in the chat, which is good to see. He goes on to revert Paji in that conversation that you were having a while earlier, saying the IPL is supposed to be a feeder for the India team, but it's hard for them to scout if the teams have a new coaching setup every year. For example, Flower releasing Avinash Singh,
And
RCB
this is a
that is.
good. This is a good point that, if teams are also going to change their coaching setups, what it also does is it brings a lot of discontinuity into the player roles as well. And
And into the franchisees. I mean, he makes an excellent point, Cool Kid. Oh,
short,
what a shot that is.
short,
Oh my God, have mercy on the
short.
ball. Have
No,
mercy on the ball. But
the
yeah,
to continue this conversation, the thing is, the players who are new on the scene, they need it a lot more than say what someone else would need it. A good example of this is how, you know someone like, what's there's this player name I had in my mind now. There's been a difference in how SRH have managed a few players, uh, when the coaching setup has changed, or even how Punjab has managed a few players, depend due to those changes in the setup. So it is important, and it goes back again to the same point. The franchisees who've not won, they are desperate to win it, so they will keep bringing whatever changes they feel like, should work. And that is where I feel franchisees that have not tasted success, they become a little short sighted. Ki, okay, now we have to change it. But having said that, you have to give credit to RCB and Delhi in this regard, that uh, like, with Mike Hessen, when he came into the picture in 20 after 2019, RCB were still being able to reach the last four. So they continued with Hessen despite not winning. Similarly, Delhi also continued with Ponting because they felt okay, we are getting closer. It's another thing now that this is where I don't blame the higher management for letting Hessen go now. What happens is when you are keep going, when you're going to make the same mistakes, that is when you will have to pay those consequences. And in this case, I feel both Delhi and RCB have given enough chances and enough time to their setups, so you can't blame the owners for this. So it is complex, but having said that and taken that point, you have to see is that is there a realization or the understanding from the Indian team management to really then look for players for specific roles and try them out in those roles. Now that also hasn't happened because we have seen many times that batters are just picked upon on their accumulation of runs. So thankfully it's started to change a little bit, which is why you see the likes of Jitesh and Rinku come into the setup. But you would have to hope that this practice sustains and it's not just a one-off, or it's not just happened just because you wanted to rest seniors for the ODI World Cup, so you had too many spaces to pick, and then you started picking up players. So
Yeah,
hopefully you
but
feel,
yeah, I agree to this point though. Matlab, wholeheartedly, कि I don't think IPL will ever be a feeder system for India.
ha,
You will
fair
get
we
people, you will get
yeah,
people for specific roles, 100%. But
yeah.
I don't think any franchise or anybody is going to agree. Like we discussed this for Hardik and for others also. Okay, if
Mm.
this is where you want him to play for India, will the franchise agree to it? They'll just happily say no, and you can't hold them accountable for that also.
Yeah, it's the same that I said for Syed Mushtaq Ali. You ideally you want that thing to happen, but it doesn't happen for many reasons because the franchisee or the team, the Syed Mushtaq Ali team, they also have their own interests at play, and which is fair because you also want, because when you win that tournament, you get like the SMAT teams, they also get money, and then they can enhance their facilities also. So
Yeah. I mean, just on that point about the IPL, guys, I feel like even though we don't like to talk about it as a feeder system, you look at how many great names have come out of the IPL and has just been the perfect platform. I think that similar happening with the WPL as well, Nix. I mean, you look at from 2008 IPL onwards, all the Indian cricketers to come out. Your Rohits, Virats, Dhawans, all of them. I
They
know
did not.
Rohit.
They
they
did
were
not.
not
None of them.
I
None
know.
of.
Before you slander me, they were already part of the thick of things with Team India, and I understand that. But I generally feel like a lot of players have, like Bumrah, for example, right? I don't
Still
think he
did not
had the
come from the IPL. Still did not come only through the IPL. He came through because he was spotted early and then he got a chance with Mumbai. But he was doing good things for Gujarat already. Yeah,
Hardik.
the acceleration might have come via Mumbai, which is fine, which is great. But my point is, you have to count the number of players. It cannot be on your fingers that you
Hmm.
can count only how many players. It should be far more. Problem that I feel with Indian cricket system is everybody's in the same pool at every point of time, and they don't want to change it at all. They're like, this is the pool. These are the players that we bagged, or we didn't bag them 2 years back. Let's bring them now. Give them the pecking order. Why should there be a pecking order? Just have a separate pool, and then that separate pool should have a pecking order.
Oh, I don't know how the
Oh,
hell he got so lucky, but he gets four. But yeah, Nikhil, you make an absolutely brilliant point there. Keep your comments coming through, by the way. Lots of you guys getting interactive right now, even though it's 11:43 in the night, and that's what we love. Absolutely love that indeed. By the
now.
way, Sharda M, good to see you as well. Arshdeep and Stark have had good length phobia. They forget how to bowl defensively. And meanwhile, Max Mojo asking us, you guys like the SAT20 kit? I mean, it's all right. I got the ODI kit for the World Cup, so it's a different shade of green. Much appreciated indeed. Jadeja, meanwhile, is struggling to keep the ball dry, and understandably so
No,
as
but
well.
this one's not even a shade of green. This is more like yellow with
yellow.
some green in between.
Yeah, it's crazy. How can
Yeah.
we explain this belt treatment? Wet ball or off day? Bad days coming frequently for Ashdeep. Everyone's like going mad against Ashdeep, by the way. And yeah,
See,
it's
because I
crazy.
think that the problem has been the lack of chances created. See, when you
Yeah.
bowl well and you still get hit for runs, it's a different thing. That okay, things are not working in your favor, and but you're still bowling well in those good areas. But I don't think that has been the case with Arshdeep, and it's disappointing because he's been good in patches, but then there have been phases where he's completely looked like he has no control because he's tried things. He's tried to go wide, he's tried to change his angle, but it's not working in terms of. See, the one and the only thing that I expect from them is control. Okay, you are able to bowl where you want to. At this point of time, I don't think that's happening. So, मतलब execution can always get better. वो तो हमेशा रहेगा. But yeah, those bad days are actually piling up now.
Mm.
Again,
Yeah, they are.
I don't know where I don't know where to draw the line on that
And
one.
yeah, sometimes he's also looked short of ideas, I felt.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
So,
Okay.
oh
By
yeah,
the way,
I mean, it's not a bad thing to happen early into your career, because then when you start upskilling, it sort of allows you to look at other facets as well. Because I felt that sometimes, at least with a few cricketers, that upskilling later in the career becomes difficult. Early
hmm,
on you can still upskill.
Mm.
It's like there are some habits that creep into your game, and then you find it very difficult to let them go. So if you're found out early, and if you are able to recognize those failings early and work on it, I think you can become a better cricketer. And yeah, going back to what Nikhil was saying about the pools, I completely agree that the pools for all three formats should be different. But I'm not sure if I entirely agree on not having on not having a pecking order. That is something that
No,
I
you can have a pecking order in that pool.
yeah, that is
That
fine.
is
That I yeah
that is pecking
that is
order
fair.
can't be across formats.
हाँ वो तो that makes
हाँ,
zero sense. वो तो
हाँ, बस
yeah.
that
वही
doesn't
same.
make sense.
Yeah.
Okay. Meanwhile, there is a stat attack below there. Worst economy for an Indian bowler in a T20 international year, 30 plus overs. Arshdeep is right there, as you can see. And it was a lovely question by Tushar about this and whether the IPL franchisees are really responsible for being
Yeah.
feeders to the Indian cricket team. In fact, he went on to add to his point, saying, Abnish, you can call it a platform, but not a feeder system. Football clubs are a good example. I agree with you. I stand with you here, Tushar, and I think that's a good example you've dished out as well with regards to both the Red Bull teams, Salzburg and who's the other one? I think Leipzig. So yeah, 87th one. Coming back to this watch along indeed. Any trade news today, guys? Last date about the IPL. Don't know. We can only second guess. We have no sources telling us anything more. So what's the space? We'll be, of course, giving you all the best bits on cricket.com and Monday Night Live. We've already done two sensational shows speculating about the certain rumors. Go check that out if you haven't already. Greg, good to see you. This is a 220, 240 pitch. You go on to say normally South Africa T20 International start around 11:30 p.m. IST. There's nothing India could have done today.
Yeah.
That's
Ooh,
that.
sorry.
One bounce, two bounces, still long off. It's looking seemingly impossible for India to win this, but obviously still 46 balls left in the game. Where are you guys watching? And one ball behind than you
TV.
guys in Hotstar. We're watching in TV. Nick's me at
TV.
least. I think.
Stars, yeah.
Yeah, I've been Paji's watching it on TV indeed. If Indian team can drive around for raw pace, why not Karthik Tyagi gives the same role in T20s? If I'm not wrong, he was bowling 150s. I know where you're coming from. It's just that Umran Malik at the time was out and about, more sexier, as they would say. But I don't know. I mean, it's a good point. Maybe it's still too early for Karthik Tyagi. He'll eventually get his call up. That's 100%. But what's your stance on this, guys?
See, I don't think they're both comparable. I think Karthik Tyagi के साथ you have more options. With Umran, I'm not sure of that just as of now. Again, Karthik के साथ भी it's more maybe in my mind potential के he could bowl up top, in the middle, or even at the end. Oh, that's a
Oh
six.
my
Oh,
word!
bhai sahab.
Oh my word! That ball is taking some pummeling, and
Beating.
Aiden
Yeah.
Markram is channelizing his inner beast, Nick. Sorry, go on.
Yeah. So, and I don't think Umran, I mean, that pace is the criteria to try Umran or Karthik together, matlab pairing them together. Karthik ka काम can be far different. He's shown he can bowl wide Yorkers as well. He can go to good Yorkers on the stumps also. With Umran, at this point of time, you feel there are two lengths that he can really ace. Okay, if he's going really full Yorker and back of him, but control is something that you feel, Karthik. Again, this is all in terms of in whatever limited that we have seen of them. So I think they can, both of them can be part of your setup, but you really have to give them more. The disappointing bit about this is you don't hear what is happening. So you're always, I would rather be in the dark. You have no clue why there is no Umran. What are they looking at? Okay. Have they said something to Umran that, okay, Umran, we tried you, but this is where we feel you need to work on, and you do this, and then you'll get back in the setup. Again, maybe that communication has happened with him, but we don't know. So that is something that will always be speculating about.
Okay.
Oh, catch
Oh,
that, catch
Magic
that,
Man, I
catch
think
that,
he's got distance in this as
I
well.
don't think he's
catch
got
that.
Oh,
distance.
no, he
Yeah.
hasn't. Mukesh has the last laugh as he gets Markram, and whether that is a twist in the tail, only time will tell. But Siraj holds on, and South Africa 96 for 2 with one ball to go before the eighth over. Good questions coming in, great interaction on cricket.com. Paji, why don't you take this one? A cool kid 1234 saying, do you think this push for having people to play all three formats is because of ignorance or because the BCCI want to make another hyper marketable player like Kohli Rohit?
It's got to do with both, because they are also stuck in some kind of a time chain or time machine where they feel ki, one player can ace all three formats, when we have seen, at least for the last 7 8 years, that it is, you can count the players who've aced all three formats together on on your fingers, and probably fingers of one hand, not even two hands. So I think that way they're a little stubborn. They feel that, and then there's always also the marketable factor for sure. Because I think we had this discussion earlier, and this was something which was brought up on Deep Point as well by a few people asking this question. So I said that uh, when it was Kohli's peak between 2016 to 2019, I mean, among the Fab Four, he was the only one who was great in all three formats, right? Uh, that wasn't the case with others. And if you look at bowlers as well, you could have really taken names of 3 to 4 bowlers, or maybe 5 at max, who were good in all three formats. So it's difficult to ace all three formats anyway. And yes, the marketable factor is also there.
So
Okay.
sorry to come in, पाजी. You think they'll bowl out जडेजा now? क्योंकि इसके बाद मिलर है, उसको तो bowling करने वाले नहीं है जडेजा.
Yeah, that's a good shout, Mix.
Or they
I
go to
don't
Kuldeep
know.
first.
I mean, if Makram was there, yes, there would have definitely been a case to bowl Jadeja, because Makram has that apparent weakness. With Klassen, I'm not even sure they'd want to risk spin. But
Option क्या है?
Yeah, with class
exactly
in, man, you
option.
just close your eyes and hope for the best. That guy's
So,
is
so
unbelievable.
I'd rather have them I'd rather have them bowl Kuldeep, just to
Yeah,
see
probably.
And
how
Kuldeep
he,
it
It is
is.
Kuldeep. It is Kuldeep.
yeah, just to
Okay.
see
Kuldeep
how he
it is.
rises up to the challenge. Because yeah, I think the game's really got out of the hand, so we might as well
Yeah.
test and see कि कौन कैसा क्या करता है.
Hey,
Or
that's
he
poor
starts
thing.
short and he gets belted for 4,
Rubbish,
and Risa
rubbish
and
play.
Hicks might make it. Is literally 2 runs away from making it 850s in 12 T20 international games, his last 12, that is. And South Africa are just absolutely cantering towards this target, by the way. Good to see all you guys, like I keep saying, like a broken tape recorder in terms of the comments. Batting India has many options, but bowling we're lacking 2 pacers, which is the best option, who should play all the 4 T20 internationals. It's about giving each person time, experimenting, of course. Kuldeep is one of those experiments because Ravi Bishnoi was doing so well, so it's hard to leave him out. Rachit Saran going to see the turnaround time for IPL based selection is too much. Mohsin missed a season because of injury and now can't come to the Indian team because without another splendid season. Sometimes it's just the nature of the beast, the IPL, and how it is, of course. Ijaz Ali, what I meant with that Umran Malik call and the sexier thing is the fact that even though Karthik Tyagi, we remember him winning a game out of nowhere, defending 4 in 1 over. Umran, I know, is taking a fifer, but just the fact that Umran was winning all these, I don't know, that stupid award, whatever it was.
Oh
Oh my
Oh
word!
my
God.
God.
in his second ball,
There is
and that's gone a long way.
something about rain curtailed matches. Kuldeep Chahal Klassen. कुछ तो है.
Yeah,
It
there's
just keeps
something.
happening.
There is something. I think someone else in the comments as well called
I
it.
think I think Klassen also has great numbers in
Shorten
even
game.
matches which don't involve India. Rain curtailed matches, Klassen is.
It's crazy. But yeah, it
And he
does
got
good
bowled by
points.
Travis Head. Sorry, he got bowled by Travis
Exactly.
Head.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Sahil going on to say Umrah Malik in his favor had a 20 plus wicket season. To be fair, Karthik Tyagi is the issue is not
Oh,
even
Yeah,
got
so
to
I,
play a
I
full
I
IPL
I think
season.
it's also a case of the player being on the bench automatically becoming better. Karthik Tyagi is not played as much as
yeah.
well because of injury issues or whatever. So I'm just waiting for one full season from Karthik Tyagi to come up with any conclusion whatsoever on his control or whatever that is there, because obviously the raw material and the way he's bowled in patches, you can see great potential. But there was potential with Mavi and Nagarkoti as well. Nagarkoti unfortunately has never been able to get out of that injury circle itself. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
let's
yeah.
just wait.
Okay. Our
Chalo, chalo.
statsman, meanwhile, has also poured his thoughts in the comments, and is
Catch.
that
Oh, out.
50 for
Oh,
Lisa Hendricks? No, it isn't. 49, I've
yeah.
jinxed it. I kept saying he's going to get another 50. He
49.
hasn't got a 50. 49 for him. Kuldeep gets his first wicket of the night, which is good to see. And Statsman Anirudh
Ooh.
going on to say the thing is, it's okay to up to scale and learn different things, but why do you have to give up on your strength? Arshdeep came into the setup because of his Yorkers, and it seems to have diminished now. Fair point indeed. Cricket going on to say Mukesh will not last in T20 internationals. He's been playing just as we mix formats. Mukesh did not perform well in IPL to get the call up. And Akshit Tadic. Our Indian bowling is hit and miss throughout in the pace, apart from Boom Boom and Bhuvi. No other bowler has been consistent. Either it's Ashdeep, Avesh, Harshal, or Siraj. Your thoughts? Yeah, I mean, go on
So
next.
here is where I want to ask Paji. This is something that I felt in the past, and I want to ask his views. Do you think all of these names, Siraj, Avesh, Arshdeep, they're all great support bowlers? I think India is lacking another
A
option in
spearhead.
terms of your lead. If it's if Because for a long time you felt it Bhuvi was that guy, that he could lead, he could help the others once, and then Bumrah came along. But after that, and India have seen a lot of options. You've seen Khalil, Prasid, so many names, but all of them I feel they are best when they have somebody else leading, and they're not the ones who has to lead the bowling attack, so to say. So do you think it's fair call?
Yeah, I think with a few cricketers now, to them becoming a spearhead is out of the question. I mean, Siraj is also what 29, 30. He's nearly 29, so don't see him becoming a spearhead now. I feel sometimes it also happens when you have to play in a situation where you don't have anyone else to look up to or look forward to, so that sometimes makes you think. And we have seen, like, sometimes it has gotten the best out of a few young cricketers, wherein
Hmm.
you've been forced to think on your feet, and you've got the
Found
job
a way.
done some way or the other. But
Catch.
Oh, one
Sorry, sorry,
second.
sorry.
Is he top edge this or is it gone all the way for six?
No, no, catch.
It's
Oh, great catch.
gone.
it
India
was towards
making
the
this.
longish boundary. Yeah.
Siraj getting class in. Brilliant stuff.
Sabash.
By the way, just on that front, Nix, I mean, this is a question from Max Bojo. How many lead bowlers have India had over the years? You think of Zach? You
No,
think
no,
of
Yeah.
so I was just coming to that. I thought that, in that, I think in 2022, when India were playing ODI cricket without Bumrah and without Shami, Siraj had shown that he could, lead, or he was, because he had no support, or he did not have a senior bowler to look up to. He was thinking on his feet, and he was improving. But the moment he got that support back, you felt that he went back to his comfort zone itself. So I feel and you saw that even with Arshdeep on a few occasions. I mean, Arshdeep was leading the attack even with Rabada being there for Punjab. So
Yeah.
it also becomes situational, because it
So, but sorry to cut you here. There, Arshdeep is overshining Rabada. He's not leading. So in his mind, he's not the spearhead. So he's not doing leading the attack when Rabat is already there. The expectations aren't of him. Yeah, sorry, I'm
You
on
are on
mute.
mute, Avnish.
I still
You
on
are
mute.
on mute.
Sorry. Now can you hear me? It's almost a case
Yeah,
of Avesh overshining Nokia and Rabada in that Delhi 2020 season, right? Where he's
Yeah,
not the
yeah.
spearhead,
Somewhat,
but he's just
somewhat
getting
like
better
that.
numbers.
Yeah, somewhat like that. True, true.
But I mean,
Somewhat like
take
that.
Archit's point here as well. I mean, do you think that's the problem
It's
with
something
Ashwin?
we have spoken about earlier. We've been, I think, we started to speak about it from the West Indies T20s because that is where you felt ki something's off.
Yeah.
He did not
Okay.
have a great IPL either.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So
Uh, Rahul Dravid is coach. We're losing all three formats in South Africa. I mean, don't jinx it here. Let's see how that really goes. Please add to that format to become so much more distinct now, unless the team decides to play like baseball. And lots more questions. What is the best cricket board? New Zealand question mark saying cool kid 1 2 3 4. Um, you could say so
no,
because they have the
I think
Scott
you'd still have to say that Australia are run better than other boards still to a good extent. I don't think New Zealand's enough in the news for us to even know what happens there and what doesn't happen.
Exactly. Because all the other boards, it's well documented indeed. Max Mojo saying who the players good across all three formats. Curious. Kohli was at one point in time
You'll not be. I don't think anyone will be able to name five players right now.
in
Good
world
option.
cricket. Oh, what happened there?
Missed
Is that
everything.
buys?
Buys. Yeah, in world
Yeah,
cricket. In world cricket, five cricketers.
across formats.
Yeah.
Markram, do you think
across
Markram's a good
three
shout?
T20 वाला तो नहीं होगा. You'll probably club white ball and one of ODI and Test cricket. तीन तो वैसे भी नहीं होता यार. मतलब it's
हाँ
tough
हाँ
for
मैं बोल
anyone
रहा
to
हूँ
ace
नहीं
all time.
पॉसिबल.
Yeah, yeah. Demands के वजह से ही
Bumrah,
possible नहीं है.
Bumrah is one.
वही तो who is the only right now. और
Travis
कौन है?
Head,
Sample
Travis
space
Head
is too.
well हाँ वही.
Sample space is too short.
Warner.
One is a good
You
shout.
can't say good shout, but you can't say कि right now he's an elite test player.
I mean,
I mean, I don't think we'll get anyone to be very honest.
नहीं तो मतलब
yeah.
okay, I'm not talking
Good
career
shot.
wise.
Oh, what a shot that
Good
is!
shot.
That's four
So
more.
I'm not talking career wise because career wise, so then obviously Kohli will be a good shout.
And AB, like in respect says
Ah,
here.
everybody
हाँ
lives. Yeah, yeah.
हाँ but AB is not a AB is definitely, but right now AB is not a active cricketer. I'm talking about the current times. If you are post COVID times, if you think about it, I don't think you will be able to name five cricketers who are good across all three formats.
Stokes, Bumrah, Warner.
Stokes नहीं. Stokes
Stokes.
T20 में कुछ नहीं किया भाई. मतलब nothing. Nothing that will say कि oh this great. How many Stokes performance do you remember actually?
Yeah, only the World Cup. For the
Ex-
T20 internationals, that is.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm asking, right? I think
Rizwan,
Shakib is a good shout.
Shakib.
But again, you'll have to have some caveat somewhere. But
Yeah,
yeah, won't
it's
have too
tough.
many names.
It really is tough. But let us know in the comments, of course. And
Rizwan faces a lot of flack for his intent in T20s.
yeah, he does. He does indeed. 116 for 4, 10 overs gone, 36 to 30. Greg saying, Avnish, forget about this T20 score prediction for Man United. I mean, everyone's asked me, guys, the way we've been performing, we should get battered. But knowing it's United,
Oh, run
I'm
out?
predicting
No.
2-1. 2-1, Greg, for all you football curious minded people over there. South Africa and rain reduced with DLS is not good history. Meanwhile, Siraj was leading the attack in Gabba test as well, so I don't agree with
टेस्ट का
Siraj.
बात कर ही नहीं रहे भाई हम लोग टेस्ट का तो बात ही नहीं
Nishant
कर रहे.
Trikhari.
Yeah,
Yeah, and Akshi
in
saying
white ball format.
Your thoughts and stuff. He's an all rounder, right? He's good enough. I think he's has a package to be a lot more.
Yeah, I'll agree with Mukul bhai completely. At this point of time, this year at least, he's been very, very good. Darren Mitchell.
Yeah. By the way, Paji, what about Bolt as an all format player?
Good shout. Is he playing enough Test cricket though?
Not that much. Barber, people saying Max Mojo, Chris Wokes.
Chris
Chris
Wokes.
Stokes तो
अरे यार,
भाई
Chris Wokes तो Chris Wokes Chris Wokes is an
You would love
he's
to have him. I mean, if he was Indian, he would have played all formats. Let's be honest.
he's
नहीं,
the he's the
Chris Wokes is
acceptable version of England in terms of seam bowling.
नहीं तो Chris Wokes is a all format legend if all cricket happens in England.
Yeah.
Uh,
I mean, on
outside
the
of
Akshar
England,
Patel, Chris Brooks comparison, if India and England actually had to decide, they would be more than happy to make that, national trade happen. You take
yeah,
Akshar Patel,
Yeah.
you give us Chris Brooks, 100%.
yeah, yeah. 100 हाँ,
Daryl
ये तो सही
Mitchell,
बात हाँ
Daryl Mitchell,
Yeah, Darren Mitchell, yeah.
this year तो yeah
Glenn Phillips is the new all format goat saying
Yeah,
Max
yeah.
Mojo.
He started well in at least in this series. I mean, to have so many runs and so many wickets.
Conway,
No doubt. Conway tapered off, I felt. He started well, but again, see the demands of the format, all three formats and the conditions are very, very extreme now. So you are not going to find anybody who'll even fit two buckets, forget three.
yeah. By the way, Cool Kid going on to say, next to this point, I've noticed that pretty much every IPL franchise buys an overseas pacer and then Indian pacers bowl around them. I think that's the point that you're making about Arshdeep and Rabada and stuff.
See, there are things that you look out for that say, if you're looking for an Indian pacer, what are the things that you usually get from an Indian pacer? You say almost every team has a good power play Indian bowler. So if you're looking at that lens, okay, Sandeep Sharma, Bhuvneshwar Kumar, Deepak Chahar, so these are one type of bowlers. There are very few who you think can bowl at the back end. At this point of time, I can only name Bumrah, and because very recently Akash Madhwal has come through. इसके पहले T Natarajan came through. उसके पहले Khalil came through for some time. Siddharth Kaul had his times.
And
So
Mukesh has
that
not
is
done it in the IPL, no? I mean,
not
in
bowled
मतलब
well.
the IPL
just
he did well in the IPL he did well
but very less. मतलब he just started his IPL career in that
sample
sense.
space is too short
So what you're looking at from that overseas pacer is I want somebody who's tall, who can hit the deck and get me bounce, or I want a left arm seamer because that is something. Oh, that's a nice one.
Oh, and wide of first slip, and it'll go away for four as well. Did he get a hand on it? I think it did. Kuldeep couldn't prevent it from going for four as well. And hands on heads here in cricket.com, indeed, with both Nicks and Gurkira trying to figure out whether that could have been a wicket. But 1, 2, 3 for four, South Africa right now. Let's see how close it was. Miller just trying to hit through the line, and Sky like a goalkeeper getting beat indeed. Lots of people having their thoughts about the three format player these days. Conway, Brook, there's Mohsin Khan bowls in all format across phases.
Bold
He's
phases.
going on
Yeah,
today.
yeah.
And Cool Kid saying Chris Wokes could be a Bollywood star within his looks. World's first four format player indeed. Amit
but
Gupta,
does Chris Woke has the moves
he might
have the
have the
moves
moves indeed. Maybe.
no
Single
you
to
can
Miller.
teach him then you can teach him
You can teach him, bro. We were gonna take that dance out from that wedding that you went recently, and you were like again cruising it and killing it in the floor. Amit Gupta, we've answered this multiple times, and we can't even debate it right now because the IPL is there and it's 5 months away. And
अभी World T20 for the मतलब the 11 for the World T20 will change every week.
will change every week. But right now, if you have to ask us, Ganta heads, Gurkirat, really quickly to satisfy this lad,
No.
1 to 11 if everyone's fit.
Like,
But
no, Amit,
you
sorry,
can't
you'll have to.
explain. I'm saying you tell me in
No,
5 seconds and we can move to the
It is
next
not
question.
possible. It is
it is
not
not.
possible to not
5 seconds में
move
तो
forward.
I'll also not be able to convince myself of the 11. किसी और को क्या ही करूँगा? नहीं,
But
we will not answer this question
just
because we
to
want Amit to come back to the show again.
I'll tell
yeah,
you what.
but
I'll
देखो,
tell you what, Amit. Because I don't know if you're a new person to the channel, and we really appreciate that. First, like this video and let us know your 11 for the World Cup right now, and then we'll agree or disagree going forward in the comments. Because I'm sure the boys have answered this multiple times on different watch-alongs. So just bear with us, and it's close to 12. In fact, it's past 12. and another 22
Yeah.
minutes we'll probably get my United team news as well. Sorry, next, go on.
No, I was wondering, there are 3 overs left now. Uh, I'm keen to see how they space out. Probably Arshdeep Singh, Mukesh, and then Jadeja if it goes till the last over.
Oh my god, that is true. By the way, speaking in fast bowling all rounders, is Yash Thakur a guy who could bat? Because Ashutosh Bajpayee is saying Thakur has very good bowling stats and quite experienced in domestic. Any reason for him not getting a look in?
I
He
mean,
did play
him,
for LSG, no? He did
he see
play.
Darshan Alkande has also had a couple of good seasons in that role. So you are getting people now. You hope that, again, see, it's a broken record thing. When you have separate squads, it's easier to try them, so that you can keep somebody like a Siraj fit for Test cricket and for ODI cricket, and not mix him up with the T20 format. You can try Yes Thakur, Nalkand, and every other option in that aspect. But we are just too obsessed with even today. We have I will not name people like Arshdeep Singh can bowl well in red ball cricket. He can, but is there a need? That's my first question. Is there a need to just force people into other formats? Today also Gambhir said that this is how you want Sky to play the ODI format. अरे पर क्यों खिलाना है भाई? आगे बढ़ो, आगे
नहीं,
बढ़ो.
Yeah.
want तो I mean ये तो I I don't know of a single cricketer who would not want to bat like how Sky has
Yeah,
batted today. मतलब, if you can score runs at a good rate, why would you not want that? But the roles and everything is different. I mean,
yeah,
uh, it's become so different कि you can't even draw those comparisons or parallels. And आज वाला मतलब वो कोई comparison ही नहीं है. I'm sure people will talk about that final, but pitch is different, conditions are
yeah,
different, bowling attacks is different, सब कुछ अलग है.
Yeah, man. And plus,
It
like,
is it is like
we were
it
even
is
thinking
it is
about
like
Harshal Patel, right? Before that World
it
Cup
is
in
like
Australia.
it
yeah.
is like someone saying कि यार अगर मटन बिरयानी का टेस्ट पुलाव जैसा हो जाए ना तो बात ही क्या है. भर में क्यों होगा वैसा? अलग चीजें हैं. क्या कोई
Roles
सेंस
are
ही नहीं है
different.
उन बातों की.
Yeah, absolutely. Roles are
Yeah.
different. And Max Mojo, thank you. Yeah, we've answered that in every watch along, our T20 World Cup 11, all of that stuff. Indeed. Rashid Saran, I don't think that'll happen. I think they should both
No,
be
no, not.
Yeah,
accommodated in the 11.
I think if the one player who will make way for Hardik in this 11 is Tilak.
Tilak. Yeah.
Yeah, indeed. And such a random question. IPL 2028 winners. I don't know. Virat, because it's the 20th year and he'll win it and he'll retire, I'm guessing. RCB. For me.
Right.
Akshit going to say, believe it or not, but Rohit, Virat, Shami, and Bhuvi will be back for the World Cup 24. Don't get surprised by Manish Pandey come back this year with a 500
Yeah.
plus runs with 180 plus strike rate from CSK.
Yeah. I believe the last part.
Manish Pandey. In my opinion, my T20 11, Jaiswal, Gill, Ritu, Tilak, Sky, Hardik, Rinku, Jitesh, Akshar, Bishnoi, Bumrah. Second pacer, number first choice for that. And I would
No
prefer
first
Tilak
choice
to
for
be
that.
third spinner. Or no first choice for that.
No
And
first
I
choice.
would prefer Tilak to be the third spinner and share Hardik's spell. Wow. Sahil being bold.
Hashtag play
Oh,
bold.
He
hashtag
has
play bold.
12 flares. Yeah, this is the problem. He named 12
One of
flares. Acha, naam.
one of Gill or
Okay.
Ritu. It goes on.
Yeah, then it's fair.
Yeah, then it makes
Unless
sense.
he knows that impact play will be there in the World Cup.
Yeah, exactly. And Chichant being Chichant, Avnish Pro have some shame buying is coming to Old Trafford after 5-1 defeat. They're going to thrash you. Yeah, but I know, I mean, all the, I don't want to talk about football right now. Let's just move on. Let us move on for sure. By the way, South Africa inching closer. And sorry, I mean, right now, I don't know if our producer is just like thinking the game's got
Awake
over. It's not
or sleep.
gone 58 for 4. The game's not over, my friend. I think it's what is it
It
right
is
now?
128 for 4. He
128
just
for 4.
mistyped.
I think
Yeah.
he's missed the type, the 2 and the 5 indeed. But yeah, plenty of positives for South Africa taking a 1-0 lead potentially in this 2-match series. I say 2 because the first one got washed out. We're going to be doing a watch along for that third T20 International, which happens from Joburg. And even the first ODI is there, Joburg, before they go back to Port Elizabeth, then Paarl, and then Centurion and Cape Town for the tests, which would be obviously fun to watch indeed. Man of the match so far, guys. I mean, this game is coming to a dwindling end. Would you still give it to Rinku, or would you give it to one of the South African openers? Or someone else?
Uh,
Coetzee 3 for 32, Risa Hendricks 49, Rinku 68. India's
You could
bowlers have
possibly
been good.
share between Kotse and Riza. Broke the chase, and Kotse got Tilak, I think, along with the last two wickets. But again, they'll probably give it to Riza and Riggs. It would be unfair also.
Yeah, do you agree,
Uh,
Paji?
I, I think Shamsi could also be a decent shout. 1 for
Oh, is that a
18 in
wicket?
4 overs, and got the wicket of Surya, who would have probably made a difference of 20 runs to the total.
That's a good
So
shot
Yeah,
as well.
but then you still did not feel के 180 ऐसे चेज हो जाएगा. Is what I felt. I didn't think it will be this easy.
Yeah. I think the power play, just the way they went blitzing
Yeah,
from word go was just insane.
yeah,
Off
so
topic.
if that is
Yeah,
the
go on.
logic, then I think Riza deserves it.
yeah.
Okay. Off topic, but some Twitter folks were saying Kohli's a Dan of football. So my question would be, does Kohli show any coach management potential? I think cricketers generally, they can see it coming, right? I'm guessing 3-4 years before they retire, whether they fall into that whole coach scene,
क्या review
commentator
लिया
scene.
यार?
How
What
the
is
hell are
this?
they reviewing that? That is
This is
unbelievable.
Siraj, classic Siraj.
पर
This
मुकेश
is
कुमार
Mukesh.
है.
Mukesh.
Sorry, yeah, but classic Siraj review. वैसे
And
तो.
even Anurag kind of picking on me.
Siraj.
United won't be in the history books. They'll probably still make it to the Champions League round of 16. I'm hoping Copenhagen and Galatasaray draw, and that'll be good for us. Gukira, take this one from Cool Kid because he's definitely picking our mind tonight, which is good to see. And like this particular video, guys, all you lovely people watching right now, and hoping India can pull something out of the bag. 24 of 17 seems impossible, but we've seen funnier things in T20. Miller on strike to Mukesh, and we'll give this question to Gurkirat right now after this ball. Mukesh, good ball that. Good ball that. Should teams be forced to name the 11 before the toss for the IPL to fix the impact player rule?
This is something I said before this year's IPL as well, that you should either have the rule that you are naming the 11 after the toss, or you should have the impact player. You can't have both. And surprisingly, there are still teams who will mess up despite having, you know, the luxury of naming the 11
अरे
after
it's a
the
free hit.
toss.
Bad
It's
to
a free
worse.
hit. One sec. So, which of these teams? Who are these teams?
SRH did it. You don't remember?
RR
They
played with
handled.
6 bowling options batting first.
And Punjab did it as well, right?
No, I don't think Punjab did
Punjab
it.
का I can't recollect.
But
But
SRH
SRH, I
did
mean,
it. SRH gave the debut cap to Sanveer Singh but handed the wrong team sheet.
that's insane. That's like
बड़े
Afghanistan
बड़े
forgetting their calculators in the Asia Cup. Anyway, just focus on this ball, guys, because Stubbs on strike, free hit. I think this could really seal it with regards to a big 4 or a big 6, and then I'll get the equation down to pretty much a runner ball then.
just
Where's he
bowling
going to
out.
go? Where's he going to go?
Oh,
He's got
low
a
full
straight
toss.
full and just a
2
single.
अरे 2
Long,
2 by misfield के
long
से 2
one's pretty
गया.
straight. Yeah, they'll
क्या बड़ी
run
misfield है.
despite it being a free hit indeed. But yeah, I mean, Nix, where do you stand in this rule? Or whether do you think teams should be forced to name the 11 before the toss?
It will not happen. Rather not waste my energy on that. I hate
Okay.
this rule to the core because it's stopping so many things from happening from the Indian cricket POV. If you look at it purely from a game point of view, yeah, maybe fine. But again, is that what is it solving? That's my first question to the impact player rule. You are
Yeah.
saying okay, थोड़ा balance है, but then आप 11 तो toss के बाद दे दो, खत्म करो ना. You don't need the impact player rule then. 11 toss के
Yeah.
बाद दो. अगर second chasing कर रहे हो तो वैसे team बना के खेलो. See, when you put out 12 people, then you are completely saying, okay, please give us more room to make mistakes. So, yeah, continue. क्या ही बोलेंगे अभी?
Okay, Greg going on to say Kohli will not get into coaching.
Yeah,
And
yes.
speaking of coaches, cricket
I
asking, is there a worse coach in Indian cricket than Dravid?
I also feel that Kohli is too emotional to be in a managerial and a coaching capacity.
I think
So
Yeah,
he's
I don't
that
think
changed,
he'll
but
go into
ठीक है.
commentary as well.
sorry,
I don't think he'll go into commentary as well.
no, him in commentary would be fun.
It will be fun.
Yeah,
What a
but
shot!
six.
Oh, he's picked it up and he's picked the bones out of that into the umbrellas and that KFC stand over there. I mean, you don't blame Mukesh Kumar because I love the idea and the thinking. And it again comes down to execution, but no one's perfect. The 4 balls that he's bowled was quite brilliant, but Miller premeditated this one, and
Just
it's just a
I
muscle.
just love how he took his front leg out of the way.
Yeah,
He's just so
absolutely.
prepared for it.
Yeah.
Just
I think the line
muscles.
didn't help Mukesh. It's just far too much outside leg.
Mm.
Yeah, for sure. Worst coach, I don't know, man. It's not Dravid for sure. Let's not, of course, diss him
No,
for no
not
reason.
Dravid for sure.
Harshal Patel getting picked for LSG in Lucknow, having similar pitches, and he getting a 20 plus wicket would make him a shout for the T20 World Cup. He should have played the
Yeah.
last one, but he didn't get the nod. And again, Miller
Oh,
swats away on the leg side. Gone. But is it too late? Because South Africa just required 13, a runner ball right now, in fact, after that wicket. And Mukesh gets another wicket to his name. Is it the first for him? Or he's taken
Yeah,
one?
it
Yeah, it's the
is.
second one.
no, it's
It
his
is
second
second.
one. He also got Makram out, no?
Markram.
He got
In that.
Markram out as
Uh,
well.
you still go Asdeep second next, right? Or do you go to Jadeja?
See, given today
Oh,
how Arshdeep has bowled, I'd rather go to Jadeja.
yeah. Yeah. Really
Because
missing test right now.
it's
Want India to
Jansen
win it
coming out.
South
Yeah,
Africa.
sorry.
Yeah, I mean, appreciate the comments, Akshit. Really good to see you as well. Mark Nicholas in India, South Africa, and Ravi Shastri in Big Bash, who got sacked and who got rescued. It's good to see the difference of, like, commentators.
I'd
How we
rather
used
want
to
players getting more chances outside,
true.
but lost
And
batsmen.
even in the yesteryears, we used to see
Ooh,
different things. I remember West Indies, Sri Lanka, that 2002 series, was it? You saw Barry Richards do that as a commentator, whether it was West Indies, Sri Lanka playing. So it was good to see where you have different sort of commentators that way. Lots of people saying Dravid over Shastri, Shastri over Dravid. I think Ravi was worse, yeah, saying cool kid. And Jagmeet going on to say, honestly, Kohli is more than enough. He will need some crazy motivation to enter his commentary coaching role. He'll probably open his cricketing academies. Indeed.
or he would just
Kohli
go off the MS way, disappear.
going to Bollywood.
धोनी hasn't gone into Bollywood, पर मैं बोल रहा हूँ get busy in other things in life.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Chuchan Singh impact player rule is good, but then make sure that the players can't get out of the ground because injuries in place, just like that, puts strict player impact.
It
player
still
rule.
doesn't help build the all-rounders in the country.
Yeah. Fake look PO, a single for him. So 140 for 5, 2 overs left, and just 12 to get for South Africa. So they're inevitably taking a 1-0 lead. Ashutosh, meanwhile, has said this: one has to feel for Deepak, but shouldn't Shardul be tried in his place for T20s? I don't think so. We spoke about that just briefly as well. More stats available on cricket.com, indeed. Check it out and check out the live blog if you guys are into written texts and
Content.
stuff like that. Are Bhai Dhoni has a production house, he goes on to
अरे
say.
कोहली के पास भी क्या क्या है तुमको अपने को क्या मालूम.
And Big Bash going for Indian commentators to get Indian audience. I mean, we've seen Ravi Shastri do the 100 as well. So Ravi is
Yeah.
literally just killing it right now. Akshit, meanwhile, saying, Paji, who do you think will be the X factor for the South Africa and India in the upcoming 2 tests? X factor. Now, don't say like in the World Cup. When I asked you X factor, you said Shaheen
So for South Africa, I'm confident it would be Jansen. For India,
They don't have that Keegan Peterson this time, South Africa.
they have not named the squads yet, but I think he'll be there. And yeah, it would be great to see him having a
Oh, it
bad
is
season.
Jadeja. Sorry,
It is
Jadeja.
Jadeja.
Sorry.
It would be great to see Keegan Peterson having a bad series because the amount of times he played and missed and did not get out was just infuriating to see. So,
Yeah. So
but
who's it for you?
Jansen
India?
as for India, I want to go Prasidh because of his height and the ability to generate bounce. But if he's not going to lack, if he's going to lack control, then don't know what would help. In fact, even Rohit could be a good X factor if Rohit can be an X factor pick.
Yeah, cricket saying Rohit Sharma. The X factor will be Hawkeye saying cool kid.
Hey!
Reverse swing. And he'll get away with it. And
Okay.
it'll trickle away for 4, It will. And that's That's painful. Jadeja can't believe it indeed. Nick, really quickly for you, X Factors for the Test series, early call.
Could say for South Africa, he'll score at least 250s out of nowhere against India. तो एक तो है ही. And for India, want to pick Jadeja, but I'll go with Siraj.
Okay, love it. Brilliant stuff there. Cricket Yuba, going back to that impact player rule chat, is utter rubbish, especially for Indian cricket lacking all rounders. Can't the organizers at IPL even think this through? That's what we've been saying for the longest time, Cricket Yuba. I fully get your thoughts. And Ashutosh Bajpai saying David coaching graph should have been clear, keeping those stints at Rajasthan Royals and Delhi Daredevils in mind. But then what he did with the under 19 as well was fantastic to see. I mean, you can't really like write off Rahul Dravid. Oh, is
Uh,
that a stopping chance missed?
no, it
Oh,
was not a stumping chance missed. It took the pad of Falquayo and went to the fine leg. It was good thinking by Jadeja though.
yeah. Ijaz Ali saying X Factor Dean Elgar edge missing
I,
ability.
I don't want to look back at this.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it can't believe. And even that LBW of
Yeah.
Ashwin was ridiculous. Vikas saying, what the fuck? Why didn't Siraj bowl? Because they wanted to go
Oh yeah,
Jadeja. It's
No,
fine.
Arey, you can only bowl 3 overs,
Oh my
and
god,
that's
that's
the
out of the
limit.
stadium as
Raj
well.
ka quota is complete, and with that
That's the
is the game.
third six that South Africa have hit this evening, which is out of the stadium. And South Africa have drawn first blood on this tour. A 5-wicket win in the second T20
Ooh.
International, going 1-0 up. And look, they can't lose the series. They can draw the series, the hosts. But India, plenty of things that they will learn about. I know it was a curtailed game, but that power play you felt is where the
Yeah.
luck wasn't with India, because even that first over, if you go back and see the highlights, there are lots of probes and pushes and edges which didn't go to hand. But Gurkirat nickel really quickly then. It's fine, right? India will take this on the chin, but they'll come back stronger on Thursday, I'm guessing.
Yeah, you'd hope so. I think that for the biggest positive would be Rinku's knock. Surya again with Surya, you know what to get from him, and it was good for on him to rebuild. Uh, I think both Jaiswal and Gill will feel that they'll probably want to get more runs, keep getting those big runs because there is a lot of noise that can just cancel out their spots. Hopefully that doesn't happen. But I think Rinku was the biggest positive. With the ball, again, nothing new that we knew about Mukesh or Asdeep. So hopefully as you said, they'll probably come back and execute better.
Okay, indeed. And Ijaz Ali, thank you so much. We really, really appreciate you as well. Tell everyone about cricket.com. Spread the word. We're getting closer and closer to 40,000 subscribers on YouTube. And it's because of people like you and people like Chuchant, Akshit, Cricket, Cool Kid, Vikas. I'm trying to feature as many comments as I can around this point of time. Wish me luck for my United game as well. And
All the
Gurkirat,
best.
final words with you. I'll see you on Thursday, I'm guessing, for the second T20 International. Would you make any
Third,
changes if you're
third.
Indian? Third, would you make any
No,
changes?
no changes. I don't think you'll gain anything out of making the changes. Stick to the same team. And yeah, like Nikhil said, Gill would like to get some runs. Not sure how much can be read into this bowling display because Siraj went for 14 in his first over, but I think in the next 2 overs he went for around 10 runs only combined. Uh, Arshdeep is a worry, but I'm not sure if now when you've persisted with him so long, you could give him another game and then see how he goes. But yeah, apart from that, just I don't think anyone else should be dropped or left out.
Okay,
Don't
we'll
think there
talk
is.
about it in terms of in-depth analysis on the watch along on Thursday with Nix and Gurkirat. Nix,
I'm
thank
not
you so
there.
much for your time, and Gurkirat likewise as well. And Greg says good night, and we'll say good night as well. Thanks, Cool Kid, for all your questions. Indeed, and Man United need more luck than Avnish. Sorry, thank you, Ijaz. We'll leave it on that note, and really, really fun yet again. A superb watch along, and we'll see you guys on Thursday. Until then, enjoy all the fantastic content coming through on cricket.com. There's a cricket.com classics video up right now. Go check that out. And not to forget game nights as well. Indeed. Gurkirat is just going off and we'll let him some slack. See you guys. Cheers.